So no start for Jack Grealish, whose last league game for City was against today's opponents. Omar Marmoush and Nico Gonzalez, whose futures here are also in doubt, are in the backup group. Marco Rosa was clearly getting close to his favourite team to start the season when they played their last pre-season friendly against Mainz, in which Georgia Petrovic conceded twice as they suffered their only defeat in those games. Antonio Silva is the only Premier League debutant starting following his summer move to the south coast from Benfica. Alex Scott was sent off in one of Bournemouth's friendlies against Real Betis. They're short of a few at the moment, with Ryan Christie suspended, Junior Krupi and Amin Adli injured, but Ryan made a good impression after his introduction. And while Evan Nielsen scored fewer last season than the one before, he has scored twice against City, including in their only win against them. There are two more potential debut makers among the substitutes, with defender Juan Luis Sanchez and the Uruguayan forward Alvaro Rodriguez as the alternative options. Well, the summer has represented a changing of the guard for Premier League managers generally. Enzo Maresca is one of 8 appointments since Marco Rosa took over at Bournemouth at the start of June. And ahead of kick-off, memories of Kevin Keegan, the former Manchester City manager who died in July at the age of 75. Revered at Newcastle and Liverpool, who'll pay their own tributes later, but he really put his reputation on the line to after England, and with City having just been relegated. Well, they were a very different club, Manchester City, when Kevin Keegan was in charge, but he got them promoted in his first season. He stabilised them in the Premier League for their move here, and in his final season, they were the only team to beat Jose Mourinho's title-winning Chelsea side before he eventually handed over the reins in that season to Stuart Pearce. Erling Haaland looking a bit more like Alf Inge Haaland with the locks chopped. But he'll be hoping that, unlike Samson, there's no losing of his powers now that he's had his hair reduced. And so, after a decade of Pep, a new era begins at the Etihad. Manchester City's first Premier League opener at home since Guardiola's first match in charge, which was a win against Sunderland, although it should be remembered that they finished that first season trophyless. And this Enzo Maresca side has very much of a feeling of a work in progress about it. Phil Foden here has started on the right with Semenyo out on the left.
I remember Pep Guardiola's team selection, sometimes you were scratching your head, but Enzo Maresca, this is not the lineup we expected. Guehi looks like he's playing in midfield, Rico Lewis at right back stepping into midfield, Nico O'Reilly playing really high up the pitch, close to Haaland when they have the ball.
So he's sprung a surprise already, the new City boss, showing the same kind of flexibility that his predecessor did. Here's Josko Gvardiol, who's well known to the visiting manager. He played under Marco Rosa at Leipzig. In fact, was part of a Leipzig team that lost 7-0 here in the Champions League.
Yeah, it's just the first game of the season, but the scrutiny on Maresca and Rosa, it starts now. They're two great Premier League jobs, but they're demanding jobs when you're trying to continue the success of their predecessors. Both coaches would welcome a win here just to maybe ease some early season pressure.
Here's Foden. Phil Foden praised by his new manager after his performance in Cardiff, which did show the ground that is to be made up on Arsenal if City are to be their main pursuers, and earning the right to be their main pursuers is the first priority.
I do feel there's surely players going to be arriving at Manchester City. The amount of outgoings, the quality, the experience they've lost, they have to bring players in the next few days.
Ayub Douadi has been signed up now by City, but he's very much one for the future, the 18-year-old. Here is Erling Haaland. O'Reilly's made the break, and O'Reilly, well, the free kick is given against him rather generously for the challenge on Adam Smith.
Yes, Adam Smith round on the cover from right back. I'm not sure there's an awful lot of contact here. Enough to send him to the ground, I'm not so sure. And Foden turns Bournemouth around. Strong play as usual from Haaland. Does the right thing releasing the pass. I think actually Smith just runs into Nico O'Reilly there. I think the fact he goes to ground makes the referee's mind up. Yeah, I'm not convinced that's a foul. It's shoulder to shoulder.
Adam Smith using all of his experience into his 14th season back at Bournemouth now, and still the captain. Ruben Diaz has inherited the captain's armband for City here from Bernardo Silva, who is another of the departures, along with John Stones. They've lost a lot of trophy-winning experience on the pitch with their departures and that of Rodri. But here's the main man, Erling Haaland, getting into his stride already. Foden, lovely touch from him, and Rico Lewis in the advanced position, Petrovic denying it.
Yeah, sharp goalkeeping, but James Hill there, centre-half. He tries to win the ball against Erling Haaland in the City half. You've got to be sure you're going to win it. If you don't, you get turned around, you're in big trouble. Brilliant touch from Foden around the corner. I think it's the goalkeeper, Petrovic, the way he comes off his line so quickly. He closes down Rico Lewis. If he doesn't do that, I think it's an opportunity for Lewis to score.
City getting into their stride. One or two communication issues for the referee. Jared Gillett has just had that adjusted by his linesman.
I think James Hill's got to learn from that. I know they want to be aggressive, they want to press City, but James Hill there committing himself so high up the pitch. He was badly out of position when he was rolled by Haaland.
Foden delivers with the corner. O'Reilly coming in with the head around the back.
Well, he just completely mistimes it. This is worrying for Bournemouth. How easy it is for O'Reilly just to drift, spin towards that far post. No one anywhere near him. Just nod that ball back across the 6-yard box. You're probably not going to score from there, but you just got to time the header and he gets it all wrong.
He's been Player of the Year. He delivered their first trophy last season with his 2 goals in the Carabao Cup final. Nico O'Reilly in what really was a major breakthrough season for him. Alex Scott with a header on. Ryan trying to get away. Guardiola helping Diaz by holding him up. It's 96 days since Bournemouth ended City's hopes of a title reclaim with the 1-1 draw at the Vitality in May.
City will be well aware of the threat that Bournemouth pose. OK, they've changed their coach, Areola leaving, but this team hasn't been beaten in the Premier League since January.
Throw hurled in, and Donnarumma just got there with the punch to clear to Nico O'Reilly. Semenyo and the coming together with Adam Smith. Who me, he says.
Yeah, Smith just takes him out. Too strong, too quick, Semenyo. Bournemouth players trailing in his way. I think Adam Smith, again, his experience, he just steps across his line, steps across his man. He's not playing the ball, he's simply taking Semenyo out.
Non-footballing actions are what very much come under the focus of referees these days, although it's particularly focused upon in the area.
I maybe expected Foden to play on the left, Semenyo to play on the right, but actually they're playing on opposite flanks, and they both started particularly well.
Foden has gone across to that side to take this free kick. And Adam Smith, who gave it away, is the player underneath it. There's Kusanov with a header. And here is Antoine Semenyo. Kusanov.
Well, they haven't got a goal yet, City, but I think Enzo Maresca will be pleased with the positivity of his team start here, forcing Bournemouth back.
And news of a goal in the other 2 o'clock kickoff, and it's a fantastic start to the match for Brighton after their European game in the week. A terrible giveaway that eventually leads to an own goal from Victor Lindelof. Brighton 1, Aston Villa 0. Brighton started their season on Thursday with that goalless draw against Tromsø. Here's Nico O'Reilly pulling it back towards Haaland. Foden behind him with the volley.
It's a beautifully timed forward run from Nico O'Reilly. Digs out a wonderful cross. Truffert makes a really good block as Foden kind of closes in at the far post. I think Bournemouth look a little bit confused. They're just trying to work out exactly where these City players are playing. It's not how we expected them to line up. Maybe Marco Rosa, just getting the message to his team about where Lewis is playing, where O'Reilly's playing. The 2 flank players as well, not on the sides we expected. So it's taking a bit of time for his side to settle here.
Rosa was aware at the end of last season that he would be taking over from Andoni Iraola, although he formally took up the reins at the beginning of June. Back from Semenyo. Here's Gvardiol. Here's Gvardiol. Rosa has managed Haaland before twice. City have given the ball away cheaply there, and it's Evan Nielsen who's emerged with it. He's got Tavernier to his left, who he was looking to reach, but Elliot Anderson tidying up to make up for the original error by Semenyo.
Yeah, such a poor pass from Semenyo, but that's really good work from Elliot Anderson. Yes, as a player who wants to get on the ball, but his team needed him to sprint back there into a really good defensive position.
Anderson is the one they feel could fill the Rodri-sized hole for now.
Yeah, I think if you look at how he played his playing style compared to Rodri, very similar. But Maresca has talked about bringing in another Rodri-type player, so it'll be interesting to see who that is.
They've just built themselves a bit of breathing space after the frantic start. City were on the wrong end of a frantic start last week, conceding in the first minute. And things didn't get much better for them. Here's Kusanov.
In this phase of the game for Bournemouth, it's not about getting on the ball and causing City problems, creating chances. It's about keeping City out, get through the first 15 minutes unscathed.
Bournemouth have never won an away game against Manchester City in 13 attempts. Evan Nielsen and Antoine Semenyo scored against City in the only occasion that they beat them at home.
There's a poor pass there from Ruben Dias, trying to force the issue, playing it into Rico Lewis. It's picked off, and at the moment Bournemouth are sitting deep looking to play on the counter-attack, so City have to be careful they don't gift the ball to their opponents so they can counter-attack them.
Here's Lewis Cook. James Hill with a change of number this season, wearing 5 on his back, and here goes Alex Scott. This is Truffert. Now Tavernier. Hill. Is keeping Tavernier at bay.
Yeah, touch the ball for Bournemouth, not really going anywhere, but it's just, again, it just takes a bit of the sting out of the game, just slows City down.
Yes, with a header. Here's Anderson. There's Kusanov. Anderson trying to spread it to Semenyo. Ambitious ball. Reached by Smith.
That's really good defending by Smith. Again, talked about his experience in the opening few minutes. Just realising that long forward ball is going to be played. He tracked the run, he stayed goal side of Semenyo, is in the perfect defensive position.
Scott. Now Ryan with Diaz expecting the offside flag to go up when he collected that pass. Smith with a cross. Now taking a slight nick on its way through to Donnarumma. That. Two years without a title for Manchester City. A third would be as long as the lead up to Pep Guardiola's first. Here's Nico O'Reilly, good burst from him. Haaland! Well, what happened there? Can't even say his hair got in his eyes this time.
He just seemed to misjudge the flight of the ball. Surely he has to get something on that and score. O'Reilly again just runs away from Lewis Cook, who just can't stay with him. Far too quick. Brilliant cross again from O'Reilly on the run.
Well, the expectation from everyone in this stadium would have been that that would have ended up in the back of the net from Erling Haaland. Amazement that it didn't.
Well, who am I to tell Erling Haaland how to finish? But I think the height of the ball made it difficult to volley. Surely a diving header was the finish he needed.
So what went wrong here?
Well, Lewis Cook gets dragged out onto that right-hand side. He just can't live with the pace, the direct running of Nico O'Reilly. He digs out a quite brilliant cross as he's sprinting. That is so hard to do. Lays it on a plate for Haaland. He just seems to get slightly maybe ahead of the ball, misjudged the flight of it. As I say, the way it's dropping, the height it's at, if he just throws his head at this, it's out in front of him. Oh, diving header. Doesn't need to take it down, doesn't need to try and volley it. Go with your head, I think you score.
Ryan at the other end forces a save from Donnarumma.
It's been a really exciting open, 14 minutes of the game. Bournemouth just starting to grow into the game, get their foot on the ball, causing City problems. Donnarumma from this angle shouldn't get beaten. To his right, all left hand, and he's a giant goalkeeper, he should make that save, but positive from Bournemouth there, running a risk defensively, but on the ball, starting to look more threatening.
Scott driving in the corner that O'Reilly defends initially, but the danger may not be over here for City. Tavernier swinging in a deep one to the new man, Silva, who can't direct it back across. Well, 200th game for City today, and when you've got that kind of goal-scoring record, you can give him a free pass for the miss, I think.
Yeah, just any opportunities that come his way, you're surprised when he misses, because he is so consistent. I just think he seems to maybe get caught in two minds about how to finish that glorious cross from O'Reilly.
There's Haaland.
The one thing won't stop for Erling Haaland is his belief that he is going to score, because all strikers are going to miss chances, but he doesn't get too upset. He'll be ready and waiting for the next one.
Well, things have just got a whole lot better for Brighton and a whole lot worse for Aston Villa, who've had a very disrupted start to the season. Maxim de Kuiper has now made it 2-0 to Brighton in the opening 20 minutes there. Brighton 2, Aston Villa 0. Anderson. Here's Lewis. Fair. Scott. Now Gahey. Lewis. Ruben Diaz. This is Anderson. Foden, can he find the killer ball? Trufair denies him.
Yeah, it's so important when the ball is out with Semenyo or Foden in those wide areas that the Bournemouth fullbacks, Trufair and Smith, get as tight as possible and get tackles in.
And that one both suffering.
Yeah, Foden takes him on. It's a strong challenge. It's a bit of a collision there, maybe a twisted ankle as well, but as a fullback, these are the challenges you're going to have to make against tricky players like Foden.
Trufair, one of the success stories. It looked like a difficult role after Milos Kerkez's departure, but he settled in really quickly, Adrian Trufair.
Yeah, covered a huge amount of ground on the attack last season, so many overlapping runs, outstanding.
Foden is still hobbling a little as he prepares to take this corner. It's clear, but only to Lewis. Coming together between he and Justin Kluivert. Marco Rose, who won league titles in Austria, where he first came together with Erling Haaland and then managed him again at Dortmund.
Yeah, his appointment makes perfect sense. How Iriola played, that intense style of football, high pressing, high energy. He'll want that from his Bournemouth side. That's his style of football that he's brought to the club. It's why he's at Bournemouth now.
Talk about the difficulties Maresca has in inheriting what he has from Guardiola, but it's a similar situation really for the Bournemouth manager, coming in off the back of an 18-match unbeaten run in the Premier League, their highest ever league finish, their first venture in Europe, which starts in 3.5 weeks' time.
It's very difficult to do that again. They overachieved, finishing 6th Bournemouth last season. That's like winning the Premier League when you consider the players they've got, their budget. But again, it just shows you, if you get everybody working together as a team, it's amazing what you can achieve. So again, it is a great job to step into when the club, the team is on this fabulous run.
Arsenal were the last team to inflict a league defeat on them.
Yeah, normally as a coach, you're stepping into a club to try and rectify things, to turn things around, but he's really looking to carry on the amazing work that Iriola did with Bournemouth.
Trying to free Antoine Semenyo. Smith, though, standing his ground.
And once again, Smith's starting position, all important. No pressure on the ball. He knows it's going to be played long. And his goal side, good defensive position again. He's getting his decision-making right against Semenyo so far.
Well, the advantage for Smith in Semenyo being on that side is that he will have faced him in training on plenty of occasions.
I think it's true, isn't it, that Bournemouth haven't lost a game since Semenyo left the club back in January.
That's right, yeah. Got a winner for them against Spurs in his last game. Carried on. That was the first of that 18-match sequence.
It's brilliant cover there from Trufair, round on the cover, because Antonio Silva is not going to be able to stay with the forward run of Erling Haaland, but the fullback sees the danger and gets across and clears it away.
Trufair had an injury scare earlier, and now there's an issue for Ryan.
It's more of a collision than anything else. It's Gurhi that just maybe steps into him, does he? Diaz is involved as well, but not anything too sinister in there.
It may just have been a clash of knees with Gahey.
I don't think it's Gahey or Diaz. They're not kind of kicking through by any means.
Here's Semenyo. Kasanov. Winning this tussle with Foden.
It's brilliant defensive work. Tavernier and Ryan at times are going to have to drop back, help out their full-backs, exactly as Tavernier did then. Just got in the face of Phil Foden and drew the foul.
Here's Gvardiol.
It's no real surprise that City are dominating the ball, dominating the game, but they're protecting Petrovic pretty well so far, Bournemouth, keeping City out of their penalty area as much as they possibly can.
There's a nice touch there from Nico O'Reilly, and Bournemouth looking to maximise the advantage given to them. This is Tavernier, now Lewis Cook. Here's Hill. Antonio Silva. Back via Scott to Petrovic. Cook. Now Ryan sets away Kluivert. Evan Nielsen waiting in the middle. Scott was closer to the edge of the area, and Anderson had tracked his one.
It's good football from Bournemouth. Far too easy for them. City fans trying to get their team going there. It's far too passive. Bournemouth in possession. City just sitting in their own half, watching them. There's no pressure on the ball. For the home side, you've got to be, I think, more proactive than that.
I think it was Brendan Rodgers who came up with the phrase about football management being like trying to build a plane and fly it at the same time, and it does feel as though we're in that kind of sphere at the moment with Manchester City.
That's the difficulty for Maresca. You're absolutely right. He's trying to develop the team, bring players in, get them to hit the ground running, become a team virtually instantly. And even if you've got so much money as City have, it's still very difficult to make an instant team, enable them to win games straight from the off. It's very, very tough.
Here's Guardiola. Kristanov. Now Anderson. Gahey trickily away from Lewis Cook. Semenyo getting into a dangerous area. Bournemouth will know all about that. The goal kick is given.
It's the second challenge that you have to get right, because Adam Smith throws himself into the first one, misses it completely. Ryan, as I mentioned, getting back to help out his fullback. It's absolutely vital that he didn't take Semenyo out here, who beats the fullback with ease. That ball clearly came off Ryan. You can see why the City fans, players are unhappy.
Well, there was a long period of hesitation while Jared Gillett looked for guidance before awarding the goal kick, wrongly as it turns out, but that is one thing that VAR is not getting involved in.
I think if it comes off a striker to give a corner, that can be overturned now, can't it? But again, it was pretty obvious, even in real time, it looked like the Bournemouth player had got the final touch.
Scott. Here's Cook. Smith. Sonoff allowing the bounce, and Ryan driven across, and Tavernier scores for Bournemouth and shocks Manchester City in their first home game under their new manager. Their first league game under their new manager, but it's the new Bournemouth boss who's celebrating thanks to Marcus Tavernier's opening goal of the season.
Well, it's incisive, it's clinical from Bournemouth, but it's just defensive disarray here for Manchester City. As the forward ball is played, you've got City players colliding with each other, gifting the ball back to Bournemouth, gifting them space to operate in as well. When the ball is played forward by Adam Smith, you should be defending this a lot better. You see Kristanov coming across, City players getting in each other's way, both going towards the ball, no one picking up their men. Yeah, it's a wonderful cross, and Tavernier does ever so well to stay on side as well. He knows the cross is coming, so don't go too early. He's just hoping that his teammate has seen him and can pick him out. And it is a brilliantly weighted pass, and he just passes it away from Donnarumma. They just exploit that. City's defensive setup there was just absolutely terrible. You've got really experienced players, good players, just making a complete mess of it, but it's up to your opponents to take the opportunity, and Tavernier and Bournemouth certainly did.
history already made here by Bournemouth. They've never led here in the Premier League before, let alone won here. They've lost all 9 previous Premier League visits, and yet Marcus Tavernier has put them ahead for their new boss. Here's Semenyo. Semenyo's won it back. He's overrun it. And again, he feels he should have had a corner that he's not getting.
I do get the sense here that I think Semenyo, he realises that he's actually overrun the ball. He's going out of play. There is some contact, a little maybe tug from Adam Smith, which is a risk. But I think it's the fact that Semenyo feels that, sees that the ball's going out of play, and goes to ground rather too easily.
Ryan Tavernier, the Bournemouth goal scorer. This is Cook. Hill. This is Kluivert's. Guardiola, now Gahey. Anderson, was he fouled there by Evan Nielsen? Has been given. Evan Nielsen overstepping the mark, getting a warning.
Well, he's lucky just to get a warning, because he just goes crashing into the back of Elliot Anderson, nowhere near the ball. He should really be booked for that. I think that's exactly what Ruben Dias is saying. You know, if you're playing the ball and you catch a man, that's one thing, but that's just a shove in the back to the ground, and he's lucky to escape a yellow for that.
Bit of new season leniency shown towards Evan Nielsen by Jared Gillett. Here's Diaz. He looks long. Lifted in by O'Reilly, met by Truffert. There's Gahey. Lewis applying the pressure, Foden adding to that, and Lewis has it back. Foden. Gahey just couldn't sort it out with the pressure being applied there by Scott, and it's a foul by Anderson.
Yeah, Elliot Anderson just takes Scott out because the counter-attack is on. City committed so many bodies high up the pitch. They've got to be wary of that counter-attack. They can't afford to go 2-0 down.
It's been an absolutely brilliant start to the season for Brighton, and a completely disastrous one for Aston Villa, who now find themselves not only 3 goals down after that first goal from Jack Hinchelwood today, but 4 down because Hinchelwood has added a second for him, making it Brighton 4, Aston Villa 0. And that's a shocker for the Europa League winners last season. Here's Semenyo. Gahey. Here's Foden. Looks for Haaland. Kusanov. Lewis. Foden. Strong challenge on Foden, but play carries on, and it's Scott who gets it clear, and Ryan in a race here with Guardiola who slides across.
Well, he had to time that challenge to perfection. You get off your feet there and miss the ball, big trouble.
It's a good break as well from Guardiola. He's carried it a long way. Anderson.
But again, the problems for City arise because they're committing so many bodies to the edge of that Bournemouth penalty area. Once the ball is lost, the counter-attack is on.
No way through there for Antoine Semenyo. And Cook emerges with it and looks for Evan Nielsen. We've seen big headlines written already this weekend by the likes of Hull and Ipswich and Brentford. Brighton look as though they're writing one for themselves, and Bournemouth hoping to do likewise here. But Lewis with the cross, cleared by Cook. Foden. Haaland, not enough of a gap to get his shot through. Tavernier with Anderson in hot pursuit and Kasanov coming across the front of him.
It's a shame for Tavernier, he just actually overruns the ball because he's easily ran away from Elliot Anderson. City have to be careful here about Bournemouth on the counter-attack.
Here's Diaz. Unintentional involvement from the referee.
Well, City are dominating the ball, but they're just not creating enough. Bournemouth sitting back in a really solid defensive shape. City need to move them around, need to play with higher tempo, shift that ball much quicker. That's not enough. 65% possession, only 12 touches in that Bournemouth box, and just one attempt on target.
Overrun by Phil Foden. Well, no one's going to rush to judgment on one Premier League game, and they did have to be patient with Pep Guardiola, who didn't win anything in his first season. But questions will be asked about recruitment, how late they've left it in this window, because it's always accepted, isn't it, that the best clubs, the way the best clubs run is to do your business early.
I'm sure Maresca would have been aware of maybe what the recruitment, the people behind that were looking to do, but again, there's been so many quality players that have left, vast experience, Premier League winning experience. Not long left of the transfer window. It's a bit of a rush. I'm sure there's players in the pipeline. There has to be, surely.
Still some players here who may move. Savinho's deal near completion. Marmouche set to follow him. And who knows what will happen with the likes of Grealish as well, and Nico Gonzalez. So plenty of talk about their futures.
Yeah, I think if you look at City, they're short in numbers in terms of personnel. So if those players are not even getting a start with the personnel kind of being a little bit depleted, you've got to think that your future lies elsewhere.
Here's Semenyo. O'Reilly with two in the middle for him. And Foden can't control it instantly. Swung in by Lewis.
Yeah, that's the third time O'Reilly's got into that very similar crossing position right on the byline. This time he actually overhits it. The earlier two were brilliant crosses. That one he just was a little bit too much on. Him breaking behind that Bournemouth line. Well-timed runs. That ball is slid in behind. He's causing problems.
Diaz. Away by Ruben Diaz, and Elliot Anderson, to get his teammate out of trouble, ends up giving away a free kick on Evan Nielsen.
This is not to do with kind of philosophy or formations or tactics. It's just players making poor decisions, making poor passes. Ruben Diaz on this occasion, and it's just slowing City down.
Aston Villa's problems at Brighton have just got a whole lot worse. They're 4-0 down. They're now down to 10 men. João Gomez has been sent off on his Premier League debut for them. Here's Semenyo. Gvardiol.
This is too laboured from City. They've got to zip that ball around, 1 and 2 touch, move Bournemouth around. It's too easy to defend this.
Trying to play their part. O'Reilly. Now he's taking the longer route, but it's dealt with by Truffert. Anderson with the attempt to retrieve. Rose had 2 seasons at Borussia Mönchengladbach, 3 at Leipzig, and on 6 occasions with those 2 clubs he faced Manchester City in the Champions League without winning. Haaland certainly didn't do his old boss any favours when he put 5 past them in one of those games, but it's Haaland who's playing catch-up in this particular fixture today. Here's Mark Gahey. Scott holding him up. Gvardiol letting it run. Now Diaz. Haaland gets ahead on it. And Petrovic gets fingertips on it.
Well, there's some pace on the ball into Haaland. All he's looking to do is just redirect it, keep it away from the goalkeeper. It's just a glancing header, a flick on. Petrovic does well. His starting position's good, and it's a good height. It's a save he should make.
Foden's kick. It's comfortably headed away by Hill. There's the break on here. Justin Kluivert skips away from Anderson. Oh, and they've all let it run. And they could come to regret that decision. But Marcus Tavernier, in search of a second goal, puts it wide.
But just can't wrap his instep around the ball enough here to pull it back on target. But City, again, it's so passive. There's so much ball watching. That crossfield ball, there's 4 or 5 City players just watch it go across the field and don't try and intercept it. They look so nervous defensively. City haven't been good, but Bournemouth have to give a huge amount of credit for how they've defended. And they've been clinical. When that one good chance came along, they exploited City's defensive problems. It's a classic away performance, really, so far from Bournemouth.
They led what turned out to be the title decider before conceding an injury time. Here's a chance for Kluivert, who rolls it. And fairly comfortable save in the end for Donnarumma.
Donnarumma reads it. It's a good job he gets a solid hand on it. If he just pats this down, I think it's a tap-in for, I think Evan Nielsen's closing in. Again, far too easy for Bournemouth to get at City. Kluivert drifting into space. No City defender anywhere near him.
Silva.
City defenders ball watching here. Kluivert just drifts away. Rico Lewis hasn't had a look over his shoulder. He's no idea what's behind him. He's the right back. He should be in that position, stepping away from his centre halves. Doesn't. I think he shows Donnarumma where he's going to strike this, but it's a good solid hand. If he just pats this down, I think it could be a tap-in.
Evan Nielsen. Elliot Anderson. Foden to Semenyo. Stopped in the end by Hill.
I think Semenyo's looked like City's most lively attacker, and it's noticeable that Bournemouth, 2 or 3 players around him every time he picks the ball up.
Guardiola. Kasanov. He was beaten off it by Justin Kluivert.
Once again for Bournemouth, really good defensive setup, aggression when the ball is close to one of their players. They make a really solid challenge trying to get it back, but they're not engaging too high up the pitch, they're not committing themselves, they're just sitting in a good passive solid shape. When the time is right, they're stepping in and making challenges. And importantly as well, they're also ready to counter-attack, to spring forward, so it's not just defending, it's when they get the ball back, they're looking to be a threat ourselves.
Anderson's cross. There's Gahey. Gahey's ball in. Foden reaching for it. Truffert was the player who got there, though.
Yeah, the Bournemouth fullbacks, Adam Smith, Adrian Truffert, their positioning, their starting positions, time and again, has been excellent round on the cover.
Not seeing as much jostling in the area from corner kicks as we did with the enforcement of the new guidelines. Truffert just trying to make his presence felt there against Haaland as the corner swung deep. Gahey with a header back across. Haaland gets there, but on the swivel, didn't really have too much to aim at.
It's not an easy chance. He does well just to kill this ball, to give himself any chance of maybe turning it goalwards, but you know, he's off balance, he's under pressure. Erling Haaland can't score from that position.
Well, after a decade of being used to one manager, how does that man make his presence felt at half-time? He certainly needs to. Maybe some similar looks from a distance to his predecessor, but he has to be his own man in this situation. He was at the centre of it, but then walks away as the aftermath is dealt with by others.
Yeah, I think in that first coming together, I'm sure that Erling Haaland just gets taken out by Kluivert. I think he's challenged by one of the Bournemouth centre-halves, but then I think it's a retreating kind of attacker comes back and it seems to me actually leans into Erling Haaland. Maybe that's what he's saying to the referee there. See Haaland protecting the ball up against Antonio Silva. Kluivert just comes in there, and that to me seems a little bit naughty because he's not playing the ball. He seems to actually lean into Erling Haaland and catch him.
And Evan Nielsen claiming he was struck in the face by Guardiola as well.
There's a little shove from Guardiola there, isn't it? It's all getting a bit fractious in the middle of the pitch.
Evan Nielsen was the one player from all of that who came out with a card. Rico Lewis with a cross. Diaz with the ball in. Goalkeepers all the way.
Yeah, if you look at this first half in terms of effective football, far less of the ball from Bournemouth, but they created that one good opportunity, took it. City, so much more possession, but looked really toothless. Apart from that good opportunity that Erling Haaland seemed to misjudge the flight of the cross from O'Reilly.
Gahey. O'Reilly. Semenyo back to Gvardiol, who gets it across to Erling Haaland with a header back. And Rico Lewis went down in the area holding his head.
I think it's Alex Scott who seems to collide with him. The arm from Scott comes out and he certainly catches Rico Lewis.
It's been checked and cleared.
He's maybe slightly fortunate because Haaland as well, just to keep it alive. Just watch number 8. Number 82, he just steps across his man. That arm comes up and that is a massive risk he's got away with.
Well, things looking rosy for Rosa at the break, thanks to Marcus Tavernier's opening goal in the 26th minute. Manchester City failing to deal with a long ball. Erling Haaland failing to make an impression in front of goal. And with Rico Lewis seeking recriminations, they go off at half-time. Problems piling up for Manchester City, who trail Bournemouth by 1-0.
Guinness Zero presents Sky Sports coverage of the Premier League.
Kingsley took everything from me. Now I'm gonna take everything away from him.
Ready to unlock the next level? Say hello to the Leap Motor B05, the next generation in all-electric hatchbacks, delivering a spacious and connected driving experience. Complete with intelligent smart features and smartphone control. Enjoy a sleek, modern design, all for great value. It's time to turn your electric dreams into reality. The new Leap Motor B05, the next level as standard.
Can you have a pint, Gareth?
Ah, sure can always take the choir road home, huh?
I played the guitar. Do you want me back for football?
On Saturday.
Yeah, I just need apologies up for these lads.
Got ahead. Safe home, all right?
Finding your home and searching for the right mortgage isn't simple. That's why at PTSB, we've built the home buying experience around you. We'll help you choose the right rate, and with a portal to track your application and our dedicated team for ongoing support, you can move ahead with confidence. Because when our expert guidance and digital tools come together to help you buy your home, the experience is altogether more human. Start your search with PTSB today.
To celebrate 40 years of deals, Power City are showcasing the latest range of laundry appliances from Beko. The Power City 40th anniversary, it's a big deal.
You're looking up, it's bright ahead.
Is fúne atá sé leictreachas a úsáid bhealach níos cliste, níos glynne agus níos clise. Sail níos gile. Electric Ireland.
Domino's new Italianos range. Fancy flavours, thinner crust. Order now.
Ó bhí anóir le tá mucheiste don tauchaí ag cuidiread inéistíochta dhéanamh I do tauchaí. Agus tú ag gícisteach sa scéim, Matchalong do Ostóir do Rannaíocht agus déanann an Stát Rannaíocht freisin. Tá sé ag méadú hana féin agus níos mó ná €400 milliún sábháilt ag 800,000 ranfortí taobh de sé bhí. Leanart ag cosnta tauchaí, tá cumanís fearr ar hana féin. Fáil tile ag myfuturefund.ie.
In life, because life isn't measured in years, but in moments. At AIB, we're here to help you get those moments. So go after every one. AIB, for the life you're after.
We have a loyalty scheme.
Oh, those two words don't sound great together. How do I join this loyalty scheme?
Simple. Just give us your personal details.
What?
Download the app. Save your receipts. Search for discounted products. Check voucher expiry dates. And don't forget to scan your card.
Okay. Or you could just lower your prices.
Unexpected item in bagging area.
Aldi don't do loyalty schemes. Just low prices every day. It's not complicated.
Manchester City 0, Bournemouth 1 at the break, and they worked the goal very well, didn't they?
Very much so, very much so. It's really good play, calm, collected in the defence, popping it one touch. And it seems as if it's just a long ball here, which it sort of is, but if you look here, he gets bodied there, Kusanov, by Evan Nilsson, and Rayan anticipates it, plays it out there, and it's a fantastic ball across, perfect weight, and Tavernier at the back stick, who we love, know and love, pops it in the back of the net.
Yeah, but it's awful from City. I don't know if they're trying to press. I don't know if they're trying to be in the mid-block. No organisation at the back from Diaz and Kusanov there. Feel a little bit sorry for Luis there. He looks around the corner, but the ball's so good that he can't do anything about it. But he's the leader at the back. When I see Gay, the whole point of Gay playing in midfield is to protect the back four. At times, he's ahead of the ball, which I don't understand what he was trying to do there. They're trying to use him as a decoy or not. Yeah, it was a really well goal from Bournemouth's point of view, but Man City was shocking.
Could have been different, obviously, if Haaland had scored this, and 99 times out of 100 you would expect him to.
Yeah, really, really respect and love the running power of... And you see, the acceleration, usually when you're going to attack a ball, you will accelerate. I don't think he needs to. If he times his jump there, he gets it, but he gets ahead of the ball, it hits him in the mid-chest, and you're sort of thinking, brother, we're used to seeing you time your run, time your leap perfectly. And it was a fantastic chance for him.
When he was at Palace, he's had 2 Premier League starts in midfield for Palace. But why today? Because, I mean, whether he's ahead of Elliot Anderson or behind Elliot Anderson, it's still a slightly odd decision.
No, it's odd, and it's not worth. They took a gamble. It's not working at all. Yeah, he's good enough on the ball, and he can have the passing and all them sort of things. But when Man City have the ball, and yes, they're going to dominate the ball, he's in a number 10 position. What do you want Gay to do? Get on the half turn? And you've got Anderson who's a bit further back. Surely you'd switch it round. Of course, it's going to be very congested because Man City, that's what they do. You have to sort of go in a low block against them. But to have Gay ahead of the ball, and Man City have got it, it just doesn't look right.
OK, it's a terrible afternoon if you're a former Manchester City and Aston Villa player. Brighton have run riot at the Amex. They lead by 4 goals to 0. The good news for Micah, Fiorentina aren't playing in Serie A this afternoon.
Make getting back to routine easier with our many can't-miss offers. Start the morning right with Keeling's fresh fruit and Flavin's porridge. Make evenings sweeter with chocolate and snacks. And make light work of any mess with dishwasher tablets and washing pods. Tesco. Every little helps.
Yes, hello. Welcome to CarsIreland.ie. We are helping people buy cars without any funny business. Some others are not presenting clearly the exciting informations like emission statistics and boot capacities. To this, I am saying no way, Johan. Interested in sports car? We have these. A family car? Yes, also. A small family. For cars in Ireland, choose Cars Ireland.
As I walked in that door, I was so nervous. But I stayed long enough to look around and realise there really is something about this place. An energy. Historic buildings, friendly lecturers, and warm faces.
Griffith College. Hit refresh on your future.
Problems with grey hair? There is a solution. Alpecin Grey Attack. The shampoo that makes grey hairs darker each time you use it. It also has the unique Alpecin caffeine formula. When will you attack your grey? Alpecin Grey Attack. Fight for your hair.
I'm such a chill customer. I get 14 insurers compared for me every year.
I'm such a chill customer. I don't mind when my mother-in-law compares me to John's ex.
Feel the difference with that fresh blade feeling that lasts time after time after time.
Gillette Labs, our best ever razor, with up to 30 smooth shaves per cartridge. The skin everyone wants to touch. Gillette, the best a man can get.
What's in Irish Yogurt's Clonakilty? Rich, creamy milk from cows raised on lush green pastures, churned that same day and slow-cooled overnight. Sumptuous fresh fruits washed by the rain, warmed by the sun and blended by hand. And the result, a live yogurt that's smooth, creamy and truly sublime. Irish Yogurt's Clonakilty. Try a spoonful of delicious.
Hello?
Hi, this is Brian from your bank. I need your PIN so I can...
I'll stop you there, Brian. You see, I have a particular set of skills. I've learned never to give out my personal details over the phone. I will find you, Brian. And my smiling face will be the last thing. Brian, you're no crack.
The confidence to spot scams with Bank of Ireland's 24/7 fraud support. Bank of Ireland, right with you.
Last year, when I felt worried about my heart, getting immediate treatment from the best in the game made all the difference. Urgent cardiac care at Mater Private Dublin. Here, 24/7, 365 days a year.
Sky Cinema presents the Friday Film Club Movie of the Week.
All my life, I've always wanted to play professional war ball.
You don't belong, goat. You're too small.
You want to bet?
Goat. Available from Friday on Sky Cinema.
Two worlds collide. The Americans are here.
I'm not gonna let it get it close. No one's stopping me. Energy, atmosphere, and a good old-fashioned dust-up.
Where's the mayor? Mayor. Cameron. One huge night of MVP boxing.
Welcome to the show.
Could have sworn I bought cucumbers.
When you've done enough, Uber Eats delivers Premier League coverage.
Couldn't have gone better for Brighton, could it, Daniel? They are demolishing Villa.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry,
what
Mike.
they're not doing there. It's just mistake after mistake for Villa. I mean, when you lose the top players that they have for this season, this is what you get, Dan.
Yeah, and the intensity that Brighton are putting into this game, it seems that Villa can't live with it. The pressing here, you see, thinks he's got time. Interception, another brilliant finishing by Hinshelwood.
And then it went from bad to worse. They give away the ball there, and then it goes back to VAR and he gets a red card for that. What is he doing?
He'd also got a yellow card earlier for waving an imaginary yellow card to João Gomez.
So what,
He's given the ball away for a goal, imaginary yellow card, got him a yellow card, and then he got a red card as well.
Not even I was that bad at Villa.
That's very... Well, I think you probably were. Terrible first half for Aston Villa. Look, expected goals of 3 for Brighton. They are absolutely demolishing them, and Villa are down to 10. Manchester City have it all to do in the second half as well. They're a goal down at home to Bournemouth. We will see what Enzo Maresca does when we come. New managers in both dugouts this afternoon here at St James's Park. 4:30 kickoff, so plenty of new faces and some old ones returning as well. Busy sporting day. Your multi-view available for Sky TV viewers. You can watch the F1 where Lewis Hamilton leads at the moment. They're about to get back underway at the Etihad, so let's rejoin Andy and Ron.
Well, no changes made by either manager at half-time, certainly in terms of personnel, and by the way they're shaping up at the moment, not in terms of how City are setting up either. Mark Gahey is again occupying a position alongside Elliot Anderson in midfield, and Foden is right, Semenyo left.
Yeah, to me, I'd be taking off Rico Lewis, playing Kassanov there, getting Gurhi into the back line and bringing on a genuine central midfielder. They've got them on the bench in Kovacic and Gonzalez, just Maresca at the moment deciding not to use them.
Marco Rosa has made winning starts at each of his 4 previous clubs. This is the first time he's managed in a match in nearly 17 months. So far, so good, but Manchester City looking to change the direction of travel. Here's Ruben Diaz. Now Lewis. This is Mark Gahey. Diaz. What a first for Gahey playing in midfield, but very limited playing time there with Crystal Palace. It's Anderson's cross, cleared by Antonio Silva. And Bournemouth have defended impressively.
I do think City have been fairly predictable. They have to up the tempo in the second half. In the first half, bags of possession, I expect that to be the case in the second, but they've just got to move Bournemouth around and really work them defensively.
Manchester City were behind at half-time only 3 times in the Premier League last season. The only time at home came in the opening match against Spurs, which they ended up losing 2-0. Here's Gahey. Now Semenyo. Was pushing up, looking to keep this City backline occupied.
Yeah, they've mixed up the way that they've defended at times. They pressed City at times. They've been passive, sitting in their own half, and that blend of defending has worked well for them.
Fouled by Hill. City looking to get some kind of momentum going here. Falls short for Rico Lewis. Did actually lose his first Premier League game as a manager with Chelsea to Manchester City. His last Chelsea game actually was against Bournemouth, which they ended up drawing 2-2. David Brooks and Justin Kluivert were Bournemouth's scorers that day. 2 days later, Maresca had departed Stamford Bridge. Lewis letting it run cleverly. Diaz. Here's Semenyo. He's linking up with Phil Foden.
It's difficult because, of course, City, they're trying to, as I mentioned, up the tempo there, but then you need to provide the quality when you're playing that higher tempo game, and just an example there, Foden just overcooking the forward pass.
Well, the new City manager has options. Who does he trust to try and turn this one around? Foden, who's been enduring a difficult spell here since he was Player of the Year in their last title-winning season. Haaland. Semenyo. Smith thought he'd done enough to block him off, but Semenyo has won the corner.
Well, Semenyo was City's most dangerous attacking player in that first half, so they've got to keep getting the ball to him, try and isolate him against Adam Smith, who runs a good defensive line there, but clearly gets a touch on the ball.
Anderson with a kick. Goalkeeper goes down, and Gahey doesn't take advantage as he heads it wide. But Petrovic had lost his footing there.
This is a quite unbelievable miss. Magnificent ball in. Goalkeeper, as you say, completely misjudges it. Gahey gets away from his man, just nod it into the back of the empty net. I'm trying to work out exactly what Gahey is thinking of here. He sees the ball all the way and just seems to completely miss time. He's trying to glance it home, just, you know, get a solid forehead on it. And it's 1-1. That is an extraordinary miss.
Gahey, who scored just once in the Premier League after his move to City. Haaland has got them started again here. This is Semenyo. Releasing it far too quickly to benefit Antoine Semenyo.
Yeah, City haven't been great so far, but you look at that opportunity for Erling Haaland in the first half, that golden opportunity for Mark Gahey in the second. They've had, you know, sights of the Bournemouth goal, just the wrong decisions in terms of how you finish the chance. This is just incredible. He seems to time the run, get off the ground to perfection, and then just seems to glance it wide. You know, it's harder to miss than score.
Semenyo. And City get another corner. You could see, couldn't you, exactly what Gahey had to aim at, and there was plenty of space there to convert what would have been the equaliser. Anderson has made himself quickly available for the short corner here from Foden. It's swung in and cleared by Silva from Ruben Diaz, knocked down. Here's Kasanov. Lewis. He's sold short by the pass. Evan-Nielsen. Ryan just helping it on, and then Cliver trying to get it back to him, but broken up by Nico O'Reilly, who only really had Haaland as an option through the middle. O'Reilly again. Now Semenyo. Adam Smith has held off his former colleague again there.
Just great defending again. He gets the defensive basics right. Stay on your feet, watch the ball. He runs Semenyo infield into traffic, then Semenyo tries to change direction and take him on, but look at Adam Smith, well balanced, ready for anything that Semenyo throws at him, and he's always goal side of him. He's not an easy player to go up against because Semenyo's strong, he's quick, but Smith has done incredibly well so far against him.
Well, at 35, you wonder how much longer Smith's service to Bournemouth can go on, but he's the perfect player to be up against Semenyo today, knowing him so well.
And as a defender against so many, if you haven't got the pace to stay with him, then it's your positioning, your experience. Stay in a good defensive position, goal side of him, and then you've got a chance.
Here's Diaz. Foden. Away by Antonio Silva. On his debut, and it's been a good one so far. Anderson. Here's Scott. Ruben Diaz with a header out. And they're waiting to make a change here. Matheus Nunes, who was on the bench, but then had to pull out in the warm-up at Cardiff last week with a slight muscular problem, is fit enough for duty today, and it's Rico Lewis that he's coming on to replace.
Yeah, I suppose if the game is going to go the way of City in terms of possession, of field position, then you want a more forward-thinking, attacking right back on the pitch, and that's why the change has been made.
Nunes, who's 28 next week, didn't originally come to Manchester City as a fullback, converted there from a midfield role. Evan Nielsen. Hill. An easy one for Adam Smith, that. Vardiol. Nunes. Nunes leaving Scott on the ground and looking for Haaland with a cross, and Semenyo was coming in as well, misses his kick.
Yeah, it's poor defending from Alex Scott. As I mentioned with Matheus Nunes, he is more forward-thinking, provides more quality down the right, but Alex Scott, just stay on your feet, don't allow him to cross. And again, you look at those Bournemouth defenders around Erling Haaland. There's a bit of contact on him, it's certainly not a foul, but they're making it so difficult for the big striker to get on the end of crosses. Just converging on him, and there's no way he's going to get to that ball first.
And Kasanov coming through to ambush Marcus Tavernier.
He just steps across his man, takes him out here. Really admiring the way Bournemouth are playing this game, defending tigerishly. Yes, they've ridden their luck on a couple of occasions, but when they get the ball, they're not just keeping it for the sake of it, playing sideways. They're looking to get that second goal. That's all important. A lot of defending to do. But don't forget to attack when you get the ball back, and they're playing with real purpose, stepping up the pitch when they have it.
Clearly was a very good succession plan in place for Bournemouth. For the moment they became aware that they were going to lose the services of Andoni Iraola, employing somebody with a similar way on how he wants to play the game.
Yeah, but I think looking at Marco Rosa, this is not how he wants his Bournemouth side to play, in terms of, you know, they want more of the ball, they want to play high up the pitch, they want to press. And again, you've got to beat what's in front of you. So again, they've just changed their game plan, and it's been very effective so far.
Here's Silva. Ryan with a header on. Nunez only just on and already stirring things up. Clear unhappiness with what has left Anderson grounded.
Yeah, I think it was that, and also the fact that Bournemouth weren't allowing City to get the ball, get it down, take the free kick. So I think he was a bit unhappy, Diaz, there, but it's a clear. I think Tavernier just takes out Elliot Anderson. It's the fact that they picked the ball up there, Bournemouth, and wouldn't give it back to City. Why would they? But Ruben Diaz took exception to that.
Well, 3 new faces in that Newcastle lineup for our later game against Liverpool. 2 new managers. To say, plenty of new faces in that Newcastle team, including Dedic, who has only just signed for them. We're watching Bournemouth present. We'll be seeing Bournemouth passed on the touchline there, with Andoni Iraola taking charge of his first game for Liverpool, and including Xhaka in his lineup alongside Van Dijk as the one Premier League debutant. So there's going to be a change here. No risks being taken with Elliot Anderson. Kovacic is going to come on for him.
Yeah, I think it was an impact injury, just that earlier collision. Just can't seem to get himself going again.
I think it's actually going to be a double change from City, because Ryan Cherki's set to come on as well, and he is going to take the place of Nico O'Reilly. Cherki hasn't scored since the win over Arsenal that looked at that stage of last season to have tipped it back in City's favour.
Yeah, the Kovacic change makes perfect sense. Expensive signing, he's got an injury, you can't just keep him out there if he's struggling, but again, Cherki is a player who can change the course of games, and his needs must really for Maresca. You've got to send him on, hope you can get him on the ball and turn this around.
Tavernier's header. It's Kovacic with his first touch, Foden, and now Evan Nielsen. Cherki. Here's Haaland. Well, he hasn't been heavily involved today, Erling Haaland, but often that is the precursor to him doing something.
Yeah, but that was a fairly simple pass from him. He tried to be a bit too clever with the outside of his boot and just gave the ball away.
On by Tavernier, who pretty much did all he could do with that. Here's Diaz. Kasanov. Moved on by Foden, but Cook climbing above Cherki. This is Ruben Diaz. Guardiola finding some space, but Diaz unable to locate him. Ryan cut it out.
It has been a major surprise how wasteful City have been. Comfortable possession under no pressure, just poor passing. As we'd expect, they're dominating the ball, playing the game in the right areas, just not creating enough, not working Petrovic anywhere near enough.
Here's Ryan. He's overdone it.
Trying to be too clever, just put your instep through the ball and cross it. That's like the purpose they're playing with when they have the ball back. Golden chance to cross it, teammates in the box, just don't try and be too clever.
Well, we're almost at the three-quarter mark of this match, and what a start it will be for Marco Rose if his team hang on. But Erling Haaland looks for Foden with the ball across, and there wasn't enough on it to carry that far.
Yeah, the idea is right, just underhits it, but Petrovic again, he's on his toes, he's ready. It's not a flying save or catching across, it's just anticipating the danger your defence might be under and sprinting forward to dive on the ball. It's good keeping.
Here's Truffert. This is Scott. Nunez applying the pressure. Cook. Hill got themselves out of a tight spot until the giveaway to Gehi by Lewis Cook. Shirky finds Semenyo, and Semenyo hits one. It's a good save by Petrovic. He got down really sharply. Here's Kovacic. Gvardiol, Kovacic again. Foden. City who only lost one opening Premier League match under Pep Guardiola. That was at Spurs 5 years ago, but trailing here with a quarter of the game left. Diaz. Still trying to patiently play their way through. Gehi. How can Shirky deliver? Combines with Phil Foden. Deflection on the shot. Corner.
It's the perfect position for Phil Foden once he gets turned onto that left foot of his. Has a bit of space initially to work with. Antonio Silva does well. Centre-half stepping out onto Phil Foden, getting in his eye line.
Ryan Shirky's corner, for which Gvardiol got up, but Silva went up with him. Nunez given away to Alex Scott, who plays it against Mateo Kovacic. A little wiggle room there for Justin Kluivert. Shirky. Nunez. Gehi. Kassanov freeing Ryan Shirky. Here's Kovacic. Gahey sliding a well-timed ball through. Shirky cuts it back. But Bournemouth with numbers there to defend.
I think it's maybe slightly overhit. He's running out of pitch there. He just needs to take a little bit off. A fairly simple pass just overhits it.
Here's Diaz. Kassanov. Just turning into trouble there against Alex Scott. Tavernier. Cleared by Diaz.
Things have gone so well for Bournemouth. Marco Rose, he won't really want to make substitutions, but I think he's going to have to. Maybe 2, maybe 3, just to freshen his team up.
Here's Foden. Nunez. Shirky, clever from him, and Haaland hits it early and hits it wide.
It's just so congested. There's no clean strike there available to 3 City players. They're running into traffic, they're running in field, they're running into the heart of that Bournemouth defence. The ball is underneath Haaland's feet, he's off balance. Can't get it on target, so it's really tight areas to try and work in with so many Bournemouth defenders around you.
Well, committed defending to keep him at bay, and here come the changes that you mentioned, Andy, to try and re-energise the Bournemouth effort here. City controlling the ball, but Bournemouth are now able to hold them off. But very shortly we'll see Daniel Jebison, Tyler Adams and Alex Taut. Here's Kassanov. Kovacic. Push from James Hill gives away the free kick, and delaying the taking of these free kicks by standing over them when the ball is placed. City desperate to inject a measure of urgency here. Foden, and Haaland had gone the other way.
Foden's just starting to play more central. Shirky out on that right-hand side. Drifting into a different position, so Foden getting on the ball more. Just Haaland goes one way, he goes the other, and again a pass goes astray.
Here's Gahey. It's Nunez. Foden, Gahey trying to burst. Haaland! Might have been just a little behind him.
It's a bouncing ball as well, and he's moving at speed. It's not an easy chance, not a tap-in by any means, but Gahey, just a little give and go. Bournemouth, they just don't stay with his forward run. He digs out across, but it's a bouncing ball. He's trying to wrap his foot around that and turn it goalwards. It's not an easy chance to finish from there. Again, he mistimes it, maybe catch it cleanly. Got a better chance.
Well, here come the changes. 10 seconds to get off these days. Evan Nielsen has already gone off, and on comes Daniel Jefferson, whose only Premier League goal for Bournemouth actually was here. And Kluivert is off, and Lewis Cook is the other one to come off. So Alex Tort is on, and so too is Tyler Adams.
Yeah, Jefferson will lead the line, but I think with Tort coming on alongside Scott and Adams, looking maybe just to solidify that central midfield area. That's where City are trying to dictate the game from.
Bournemouth with 15 minutes plus a little added to hang on here to get their first ever away win against Manchester City. It's 37 years since the only occasion when they managed to avoid defeat. It was at the old Main Road in Harry Redknapp's days in charge, when they were 3-0 down at half-time and yet miraculously came back to draw 3-3. It was in the second tier.
Sounds like a game I must have played in. Surely I'd have given a penalty away, at least one anyway.
Well, funnily enough, the equalising goal was a late penalty from Luther Blissett.
I'm sure that was my fault. I'm convinced it is. You see the Bournemouth with that 1-0 lead. It's understandable away from home at the Etihad. They're just sitting deep and not really threatening going forward. They don't have to. They're 1-0 up. It's down to City to break them down, and Bournemouth standing firm.
Adams. Taken away from Tort by Phil Foden. Well, with every previous substitution, it looked less and less likely we would see this man, but Jack Grealish is poised to come on here for Manchester City. Phil Foden in the book.
I think it's a challenge, a frustration more than anything else. He's been clobbered a few times and maybe not got decisions that he feels should have gone his way. He just gets slightly late and just leaves that right boot then. It's pretty obvious, but I think it's because of his frustration at being caught a number of times himself.
Good reaction.
Oh, he does well, Jefferson. He's actually ahead of the ball. Moving away from the target, does so well to get it back on target, and sharp save from Donnarumma. I really underlines what we're saying, open play, set plays, Bournemouth. It's not just about keeping City out and winning 1-0, they're looking for that killer second.
And here is perhaps an opening for them to get it. There's a bit of pushing and shoving going on in there as Scott swings his corner in. Diaz, the City skipper, got his head to it.
Well, Donnarumma is remonstrating with the referee. He's not happy. He feels he's being impeded by the Bournemouth players, but it is a tactic. As long as you don't foul the goalkeeper, just make it difficult for him to get to the ball, which they did there.
The impact on goalkeepers is something that is being focused on at the start of this season, and a shove into the face there of Daniel Jefferson. And we are seeing plenty of jostling now after a lot of that we thought had been cut out, as the clubs are fully aware from the briefings they've been given about just how much this is being focused upon. Adams being called out by Jared Gillett.
It's a physical mismatch, isn't it, Tyler Adams and Gianluigi Donnarumma, but he's just chipping away at the big goalkeeper. Maybe trying to get him to overreact.
I think VAR's conclusion was that the goalkeeper had thrown himself to the ground in that incident, and now Kovacic is trying to protect his goalkeeper. Well, I thought we'd got rid of all this nonsense. And the corner comes to nothing anyway, as it's cleared by Matheus Nunes.
You've got to remember, the Bournemouth players have every right to stand where they want to stand, as long as they're not impeding, fouling Donnarumma. You know, he can't just shove them out of the way, they can stand where they want.
Vardiol. Adams. Jefferson. Jack Grealish is having a long wait to come on here. Raised boot now from Semenyo, just catching Adam Smith. Here's the break that Manchester City needed to make their change, and it's Phil Foden's number that's being held up for Jack Grealish's first Premier League appearance for Manchester City since one against Bournemouth back in May 2025. So now we've seen the Guernsey Grealish on the pitch already, and we've got the real thing in the opposition.
There'll be some story this if Jack Grealish can inspire an equaliser here, a possible win for City, but he's going to operate on the left as he normally does. Semenyo's just drifted out now onto that right-hand side. See whether the changing flanks, the changing personnel in those wide areas has an effect for City.
Phil Foden didn't hang around, he stormed straight down the tunnel. It's never a good look for a manager, that, especially a new one. They didn't exactly go down the Liverpool route of bringing someone from inside and promoting them, but they were aware of the body of work. Haaland showing his strength. Can he get away from Truffert? He did get the flick, and that was good defending from the left back.
Yeah, it's a bouncing ball as well. Ideally, if that ball sits down, he can maybe shoot himself, but he had Semenyo to his right. Maybe that was the better option for him there as he broke.
Shirky. Is this going to be the first time since he came here that Erling Haaland doesn't score on the opening day in the Premier League for Manchester City? He normally hits the ground running, as his August scoring statistics will show, but of course the difference this time is he's come off the back of a World Cup. Here's Nunes. Scored an injury time equaliser at Bournemouth at the end of last season. Shirky's kick, Gahey's free! And Mark Gahey makes up for the earlier missed header with a bullet of a header that lifts spirits here, and how that was needed by Enzo Maresca.
Oh, Marco Rose, that'll be devastating. His team have worked so hard. The defending from the set piece is simply appalling. Credit Mark Gahey. He missed that golden chance, but he didn't let it affect him. He stayed strong mentally, so when another chance came along, he absolutely buries it. The ball is whipped in. The Bournemouth defenders just standing and watching. So many of the Bournemouth players, they're not doing anything. He maybe just takes a little nick, does it off Truffert as well, that takes it away from Petrovic. But look at the space and time that Mark Gahey has got there. That is criminal defending.
Well, that's changed the atmosphere. Semenyo now operating on the right with his former club now on the rack. Grealish. Antonio Silva has been shown a yellow card for dissent in all of that. And here's Daniel Jefferson. And Bournemouth strike fear into City again. Ryan gets it back to Tyler Adams. Tavernier on the far side is calling for it. Scott and Tortor in the middle. They're forced back. Shirky applying pressure there to James Hill.
And how important is that Donnarumma save from Jefferson? Look now, City are back in it.
Jefferson up against Gvardiol and winning it. Here's Tort. Well, he played a ball out to his left earlier, then Marcus Tavernier was free. He's not very happy there with his Hungarian colleague. Tort does win it back for Bournemouth, even though Semenyo feels that he was fouled. Tavernier has Truffert going on ahead of him. So what do Bournemouth do now? Be satisfied with a point or show a bit more ambition than that?
Yeah, the reaction to conceding is going to be really interesting, because if they sit back and try and keep City out, that is big trouble. They've got to continue to play as they were at 1-0, try and get another goal.
Silva. Jefferson seemed to have won his trial of strength with Kusanov, but Diaz was covering round the back of him. So Ben Gannon Doak is the latest change to be made by Bournemouth, whose fans have seen real glory snatched away from them with that header from Mark Gahey for now. Although getting a point from here would be an achievement in itself, it's just the manner in which these things happen, isn't it?
And of course, you look at results and you think that means something. Of course it does in terms of points, but it doesn't really underline the performance teams have put in. And Bournemouth, as I say, when that goal went in from the set piece, Marco Rose will be devastated.
Just holding it up is everything now. Grealish. Nunez. And giving chase. Here's Shirky. Well, they may not have Guardiola, but the Manchester City fans are for Bournemouth in the first half, but Guardiola got a winner. After Mark Gahey, who'd been 5 minutes away from ending his unbeaten Premier League record with Manchester City, headed former player Guardiola, whose winner was given after a long for Bournemouth by 2-1.
League, you've just joined us after Brighton's thumping win over Aston Villa, with all those 4 goals coming in the first half, and Villa reduced to 10 in that first half as well at the Etihad. Bournemouth were 6 minutes away from getting their first ever league win at the Etihad. And as I said, Micah, City somehow dug themselves out of a hole.
Yeah, they did. If you look at the course of the game, I mean, in terms of the position that he played in midfield, I didn't think it suited the team, but this is why he might have him in the team for them set pieces and potentially stop them counter-attacks. And you need big players to go up in big moments, because City know they didn't play well today. They know that, but they got it over the line, and that's the most important thing, especially for Maresca.
Yeah, it was an exceptional substitution, bringing on Cherki. Obviously, we know the ability he's got, but the ability around the box to slow things down. The game slows down for this man in these moments. And what a ball it was, and the finish here from Vardio, the unexpected one. But what a win for them, considering how they performed throughout the game.
And what a big win for him as well, Micah, really.
I feel as though he needed this, because if you look at Man City's formation today, you know, it looked like square pegs and round holes, especially with that Gahey decision. It worked today. Going forward, I don't think it would work. We talked maybe about Boadi coming into it. I think he makes a massive difference. Anderson didn't have a great debut. He limped off injured as well. But in terms of just getting over the line, that's the most important thing. Let's not forget as well, it's the first game of the season. The players are not fit, not ready. Losing Bernardo Silva, losing Rodri is obviously massive for them.
Aston Villa fans may have been worried about how their season was going to go after all the exits, and Daniel Brighton blitzed them in that first half.
Absolutely blitzed them, Chappers, and I'm talking about the intensity that they put into this performance in the first half particularly was very impressive. They pressed all over the field, kept the intensity high, and Villa couldn't live with it, and they were decisive in front of goal, very clinical, and a thoroughly deserved victory.
And it got worse for Villa as well, with João Gomez being sent off there, a straight red card for violent conduct, and Unai Emery loses at Brighton by 4-0, and those Villa fans, as I say, as they head back to the Midlands, will have even more concerns about how this summer has been going. We are live at St James's Park, the 4:30 kickoff. Here is Newcastle against Liverpool, 2 new managers in the dugouts. And the first thing we will do when we come back is hear from both of them. See you in a couple of minutes.
This decision could change everything. He's given offside. Taste every second of the Premier League with Coca-Cola Zero Sugar on Sky Sports.
In a city with a rhythm all its own, the brightest stars take to the floor for a performance that demands so much more. When you own the beat, this legacy still moves with control. Power flows to defend arena's crown. Coco gets into the groove.
Si invece lo vendi dal prezzo
Fener var yani bulabilirsin. and end on the referee's whistle.
Universal love. He taught them to dream. Kevin Keegan, a life force. He belonged to Liverpool, he belonged to Newcastle. At some point, he seemed to belong to us all. And now, the game in Keegan's name. Newcastle at a point of huge upheaval, a blank canvas, perhaps the pre-season unknown. And Liverpool also at the dawning of something new. Who knows how much they dare to expect. The Gallagher has had its summertime gargle, and it is letting rip once more. So here's to a King Kev kind of a game. Let us see what we get. Let us hear what Alexander Isak is getting. The first touch of the ball was his, somehow fittingly. Here's Osula, though, for Newcastle. The whole thing is an assault on your senses.
Oh, it is, and I think it's going to be a Kevin Keegan type of game. Both managers picking attacking lineups. I think there'll be goals.
Newcastle's first free kick to be taken by Lewis Hall.
Batman's just pulled onto Endemora on this side.
Flicks it towards the far post. Alisson is able comfortably to come and gather the header. Goes from left back. And Van Dijk forward. There's Chow captaining the side. If you hadn't heard the news, Dan Burn is likely to be out for a month, perhaps more, after reportedly turning an ankle in training. That's a big miss for Newcastle, who are missing plenty already. Xhaka, who showed up very, very well in the last pre-season game. Wirtz wearing Keegan's 7. Cody Gakpo progressing. Florian Wirtz. Away by Harvey Barnes. And out of play by Xhaka.
It was a really good move from Liverpool. Watching him in the wall-up, I know you shouldn't pay too much attention to what goes on before a game, but they did look lively.
And there is Andoni Iraola. Tough line of succession for him too. He follows a guy who won the title first up. Indeed, the last two Liverpool bosses have been champions. Szoboszlai, Endemora, who stole the show in the 100th minute here, dramatically one Monday night last August. First touch in the Premier League for young Sean Sturr, around whom there is much excitement for his poise despite his youth.
Eisner's put Stir and Lewis Miley in there against Gravenberch and Szoboszlai. Big challenge, big ask for them.
Stir out of Ajax, wearing number 14, as his tribute to the great Johan Cruyff. Forward by Botman, back by Jacquet. A space for Wirtz, and a run now for Alexander Isak, faced by Botman, and dispossessed by Hall. And that has gone down very well on Gallagher. Jacquet out of Rennes. £40 million worth. Lindemann. Frimpong. Dropped a shoulder and ran away from Miley. But pass scraped away for Osula, who has Elanga one way, Reese at the other. He's played it through here for Anthony Elanga! The Mags are flying! No place like this place when it finds its voice.
Well, the best form of defence for Newcastle is always going to be attack. They've got 4 lively players up there. Asula drops in, Liverpool centre-backs aren't with him, and it's like an Olympic sprint by Elanga. Kerkez is doing his absolute best, and it comes down to whether he can beat Alisson, and that isn't easy. But it's a brilliant finish. He might be a little bit too near to his near post, the Brazilian goalkeeper, and he leaves that space in that far corner, gaping open, and he finds it, and Jasler, oh, he cannot believe it.
At the start of his second season in black and white, Anthony Elanga finally has his first Premier League goal for this passionate club. Couple in the Champions League last year. And on a day of heightened emotion, that has taken it up one notch further.
Well, I thought there would be goals in this game. When you see Kerkez and Frimpong at full-back, you think, oh, you've got a chance. And then you look at that Liverpool front line, and you're going to think they're going to cause problems too, but a bit of thinking to do. And they've expected, I think, Jacquet and Van Dijk to push in and sustain the attack better than they did. They let Asula drop into a space on the half-turn. Newcastle's front line of Barnes, Visser, Asula and Elanga are quick, and they're going to be able to counter-attack well, and we've just seen it.
Van Dijk, Jacquet, Frimpong. Offenberg. Szoboszlai. Florian Wirtz. Frimpong. Isak couldn't take it. Elanga scratched it away. Back in by Wirtz. Repelled by Botman. Chased up by Barnes, who's penalised. Stuart Atwell's the referee. Harvey Barnes doesn't like the shout.
Wirtz sees him coming and just stands his ground. It's a strong arm. There'll be more goals in this game. Could it be 4-3?
That would feel right. Slung in by Soboslai. Headed up and over by Virgil van Dijk. Yeah, a little bit of afters.
Yeah, I thought it was off Van Dijk's head. It's a great delivery. Maybe it just comes off Newcastle body in front of Van Dijk.
Corner given. Dominic Soboslai to take it in front of the Gallagher End St James's. And by Soboslai, forcefully out by Hall. Kirkesh. Soboslai. Botman partially out. Gakpo had a shot. And Thiaw got in the way of it.
Chance for Gakpo. Wirtz has had one, now Gakpo's had one, maybe half chances. But they are looking dangerous, Liverpool, in attack.
Cody Gakpo, 3 goals for the Netherlands at the World Cup. Bit of transfer talk around him. It's hard to see Liverpool wanting to release him until and unless they secure one of those flashy wide players they're reported to be after. Here goes Alanga again. Kirkesh has his work cut out, and the two have become mutually entangled.
Yeah, they don't need to complicate it too much, Newcastle. I think just keep playing it in behind the Liverpool defence, particularly on that side with Alanga. It's Visser who just drops in and just puts it in a space.
Contact on Kirkesh, but he's up and okay. Of course, this time last year he was a Liverpool debutant in a game against Bournemouth, managed by Iraola.
It's a big season for Frimpong and Kirkesh to establish themselves at fullback. Virgil van Dijk's got to look after 3 new ones, really.
Reece has been hauled over. All on the overlap. Not necessarily attentive. Slipped in here for Harvey Barnes. He got another bite at it. Wissa had a touch. Hall. Back to base from Botman. This is Lucas Hornacek, their new goalkeeper, signed from Braga in Portugal. He went to the World Cup as an understudy goalkeeper for the Czech Republic. Alisson's come a long way. Wissa couldn't connect purely with his speculative volley.
Yeah, they're getting lots of encouragement, Newcastle, with that ball in behind. They're quite nervy at the back.
His 9th season as Liverpool's goalkeeper, Alisson. Of course, he suffered a couple of quite long absences last season, missed 12 Premier League games in all. A couple of different hamstring injuries. But he did play all 5 for Brazil in the States. Gakpo. Xhaka. Wits. Lamar won't catch it up.
Let's have a look at that goal again. Electric pace from him, but it's the problems for Liverpool are caused in the build-up. They've got a really good attack, and then if you just look, the centre-backs just don't push in. They're 15-20 yards behind where they should be. You see so often Arsenal centre-backs do it better than anybody, and all of a sudden Kirkes, you just can't keep up with him. I have to say, I think Alisson is too close to that near post. The gap into that far corner is too open and too big.
Van Dijk away from Asula. Smiley. It's a very callow Newcastle midfield. It's the youngest Newcastle starting 11 in the Premier League for more than 20 years. But it's doing okay. Lewis Hall with a rangy diagonal, and even Elanga can't catch that one up. But it's expansive, and as nicely promised, it's vertical. It's fun to watch, and that was Newcastle's record last season in the Premier League. When they scored first, they weren't always watertight. In by Miley, bit of time for Stir. And this is where in pre-season he's been excelling. He has shown great poise around the centre circle. Very comfortable over the ball. Strong maturity for a lad who looks so very young and is. Header away. Rees are outnumbered in the centre circle. Wirtz. Gakpo dispossessed.
Yeah, it's Rees. I think he's got an important role, making sure he just drops back in, and he's doing it well so far.
Havenberg, space ahead of Ungamoa here. Space hurriedly closed down by Lewis Miley. Isak, as if he needed telling. Szoboszlai. Jake, adventure from him. Ungamoa.
Manon!
Towards Isak. But just tight. Isak kept it for Kirkes. Kirkes towards Gakpo. Wirtz! Oh, that's a super save, Hornacek.
Yeah, it's a good save. Kirkes just puts it into an area. Newcastle can't clear the lines. He just falls at Wirtz's feet. He does well to put it across the goalkeeper, but he gets down well.
Szoboszlai's corner. Came out to Milos Kirkes. That's into the top tier.
Yeah, Stir did well, the young boy, just to put Virgil van Dijk off. As he made a movement towards the ball.
Iraola, 3 extraordinary seasons at Bournemouth, 12th, 9th, 6th. He's taken them into European football. He ended last year as the Bournemouth coach, only 3 points behind Liverpool. Stewart. Andoni Iraola didn't lose any of his 3 Premier League games at St James's with Bournemouth. By Stur, pounced upon by Kirkesh. Kept on bludgeoning through. His first away game for Liverpool was on this ground. Andy Robertson is no more from a Liverpool perspective, so that territory is his to keep. Johan Risa. And of course, many of the class of Keegan are here. Peter Beardsley there, Shaka Hislop over his shoulder. I think that's Tino in the hat, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Remember the Barcelona game? What a lot of fun he was. Gakpo, Kirkesh, pumped away by Johan Risa.
Yeah, it was good from the goalkeeper. It's a small thing, but not just for Liverpool fans. Xhaka in this first 20 minutes, he can pass a ball, that boy. I love it when a centre-back wraps a pass in properly.
It's like Lamar. Rio and Lamar is not a secret anymore this year. Shock element that so manifested itself on this ground can't exist for him anymore.
Yeah, encouraging signs for Visser for Newcastle. He looks sharp, which I thought was a really good signing. It just didn't happen for him last season here.
Liverpool have had plenty of it since the goal. Johan Risa flung out towards Dedic, who can drive here at Kirkesh. Amar Dedic has won Newcastle a corner.
Yeah, and it's where Newcastle are having most joy in this game, down that Liverpool left-hand side. On Gakpo and Kirkes, he just makes a nice little run inside of Langer and just takes Gakpo and Kirkes in, and then the full-back overlaps. Nice little combination and the movement.
And Warren Barton's here as well today. That was what he used to do back in the Keegan day. Gallop forward from full-back. It's Lewis Hall's delivery. It's Cody Gakpo's clearing header. Barnes protecting it. Tadic looking to push and run and getting blocked. Risa turning away from Rappenberg and feeding it up for Osula. Allison threw out a leg and it was sufficient.
I said Visser looked sharp. That is absolutely sensational play from the Newcastle number 9. This pass just gets on the half turn and outside of the right boot. It's a brilliant pass. And Jacques and Allison just hanging on for dear life between them.
The penalty question, such as it was, has been cleared. Johan Risser, I guess the last many of us saw of him was the moment when he might have put DR Congo 2-0 up against England and hit the post. Could have changed the dynamic of the summer. Isak, that's a nice touch. Soboslai got a touch and he has a free kick where he loves to have a free kick. Risa guilty and booked.
It's a fair way out, but he can hit them. Soboslai.
Arsenal, Manchester City, Spurs. That's just last season. He played right back here last year, that early season fixture. If it's anyone's range, it is Dominic Soboslai's. Soboslai into the wall. And he claimed it, but then gave it back to Miley. And Hall has freed Osula. And Frimpong's in reverse. Osula did brilliantly well to hold it. Elanga for Barnes. That's a Liverpool ball. And if you'd said, perhaps on the 1st of August last year, before the whole Isak storm really blew up, that by this time, the start of this season, Osula would be Newcastle's first-choice striker, not many would have thought it would come to pass. Here is Wirtz. And Gakpo. Sharon knelt down in front of him. Kekej. Poe, all away from in front of Unga Moa. And Frimpong couldn't twist.
I said that Liverpool are coming back into this game, and Soboslai, Rappenberg and Wirtz should be dominating that midfield as the game wears on.
Gakpo taking on Dedic. He was grateful that Elanga was doubling up in the full-back position. Like Jacquet.
There's a clear picture of Liverpool's dominance in possession right now.
Oh, stabbed out by Botman. Miley was quickly surrounded and fouled.
They're just lacking that quality in the final third, in the final bit.
Lewis Miley returned back from injury, back from a nasty broken leg for his first pre-season minutes against Bayer Leverkusen last Saturday, 3.5 months out of the picture. for Newcastle to have that local elements in their starting lineup. Here's Jacquet and Kirkej. The shots behind it okay.
Example of Jacquet there on the ball. We'll see how he does defensively as the season wears on, but the first half an hour he's demonstrated he can play. Really can pass the ball and he steps in well.
He too is relatively recently back from longish-term injury. That's a foul on Elanga by Kirkej, and Stuart Atwell wants a word. Indeed, he wants to take his name.
Yeah, I think he has to book him because of the yellow to Visser 5 minutes ago. He just doesn't let go, does he? He just carries on holding him. He just puts himself under real pressure. No need for that, really. He wasn't going anywhere, so it's back to play.
Botman, nice take from Barnes. Frimpong has got a toe on the ball and a bit of a toe on Barnes as well, evidently. It's a free kick, which Van Dijk as captain is disputing.
They're both grabbing each other. I think what it does demonstrate with Frimpong and Kirkez at right and left back is that they will give you a chance. They sometimes look at them and you think of them as wingers or wing backs rather than full-backs who are competent defensively. And Barnes and Elanga fancy their chances against them.
Let's see who emerges from this Newcastle queue. Lewis Hall is lingering and offers the left-footed option, of course. William Osula is the other one over the ball.
Yeah, he looks the most serious.
Osula, and again, William Osula, that's come off Szoboszlai, that's got to be a corner. They're not moving very well. Nick Voltemada is warming up just in case.
It'd be a shame if he went off.
Hall's corner, Van Dijk's clearing header. Hall to take on Wirtz. Wirtz stood his ground and emerged with the ball and set free Isak, who can drive at Dedic. Isak. Frimpong had to check. And Stuart blocked his pass.
Such a poor delivery from Frimpong when it came back over to him. Liverpool had 3 or 4 bodies in the box.
Still with... Has offered Liverpool this throw. Wirtz thought he'd converted it into a corner. Not so. Monday night football tomorrow. It's a derby at the Cottage, Fulham against Chelsea. Dave Jones, Jamie Carragher as usual, and this week's special guest is the former Manchester United and England fullback Gary Neville. Predictions and all that, Gary?
Yeah. See how we go. They usually come out on top.
Gravenberg. Have they changed since yesterday? Don't answer that. There's serious business going on here. It's another yellow card out of the pocket of Stuart Atwell.
Yeah, because he's given that first one, he's now having to follow it up.
Lewis Smiley.
Is it a yellow card, that? He's not gone to ground, but anyway. He puts really good delivery in from these areas.
Soboslai has delivered promisingly out as far as Kirkesh. Into Wieser, and Wieser is bumped.
Yeah, he's putting the right shift in. Sharp on the ball, but a lot of his work is without it.
Well, his three principal requirements were trust, respect, and what he called pure commitment. And to this point, he has them. Football was the aspiration. Liverpool, to some extent, are putting them back since they scored, but Newcastle's ambition is at least clear. Reece has gone to ground again.
Is he in the booking now? No. Yeah, and those three things, trust, respect and commitment, the first two need to be earned over a period of time, but the third one he's definitely seeing here. Newcastle players giving it the rollage we'd expect, and that goal has helped them.
Osula shrugged off there by Virgil van Dijk again, and William Osula still doesn't look at all comfortable. Gamoa is taking a clean look off Barnes.
Yeah, sometimes when you're relatively young and it's first game of the season, you're doing well, you just don't want to accept that you're struggling, and he's hobbling around uncomfortably.
He's inherited Anthony Gordon's number 10. He's just 22, but this is such a golden opening for him, such an unexpected window of opportunity. Paul Miley bounds his goal side, but Frimpong did just about enough. Competition for Harvey Barnes' position on the left side there from one of the new signings, Kazimana Toure, who we may see later in the piece, who's shown up quite brightly in pre-season. There's Raffenberg for Liverpool. Witz. Miley.
Liverpool got into those areas quite a bit. That's not good enough from Wirtz. Got to be more definite in the final pass.
On the mark. Frimpong, touchily behind by Dedic.
That's a better one.
Virgil van Dijk is lurking.
If you deal with him, you've done a big part of the job.
In by Soboslai, got a little nibble at the near post.
Did a little nick in the near post area. I think it hits Botman. I think he knows much about it.
Soboslai again. For Wirtz. Raffenberg. for Isak. Van Dijk's header came to Isak. Now Elanga from the other side. This has gone for the return. His clearance was only partial. Miley, stir. Nice quick throw of hits. Shaw was always going to get there first. Nearly 11 years since Newcastle won a Premier League game against Liverpool, whose record on this ground is generally very, very good. Of course, there was a famous League Cup final in amidst all of that. Given away by Chow to Gravenberg, who checked it against Botman. Will settle for that.
Yeah, wrenching a really important 5 minutes of the game now for Newcastle to get to half-time.
There is Newcastle's new club captain, as formally announced this week. Sadly, he won't be involved for a month or a little bit more. Maybe his greatest touch as a Newcastle player was that towering header at Wembley against Liverpool.
You say the clearance against Mexico then for a second.
Oh, yeah. Didn't we love him? That was on behalf of Thomas Tuchel against Mexico. What a super sub defender he was on a couple of occasions, wasn't he, during the World Cup?
Yeah, it's a big season for Wirtz. The money they signed for him, you can allow him a season to settle in, but this is where he really needs to deliver, him and Isak in that front two. A disappointing first 40 minutes.
The numbers weigh in Liverpool's favour. Newcastle have the only goal. Put by Risa.
Be careful.
For whom that might be a final warning.
Yeah, the noise you can hear is from those Liverpool fans up in the gods at the back behind that goal to our left, because sniffing there might be a second yellow coming.
By Barnes. Now with time and space to turn. Elanga with Tedic outside of him. Gakpo tackling back. Newcastle free kick. 2.5 minutes out from half-time. Still, Miley.
It's been good, Lewis Hall, this first half.
Fullback is one of Newcastle's several conversations. Tino Livramento not available at the moment. This is chasing it down again. Elanga is collected. Tedic, the new fullback, is outside of him. Wissa. Tracked it across the face.
It's been a marching first half for him. This Newcastle again just keeping Liverpool pen back in. Liverpool don't deal with that long ball. Played towards them.
Charles misstep. He's not letting Isak past. As they used to say, ball all man, but not both. So ticking up to what we would expect to be a fairly brief stoppage time period. Szoboszlai with Van Dijk and others to seek again. By Szoboszlai. By Dedic. Just 1 minute to add.
1 minute additional time to be added.
Miley was dutiful. So Stuart Atwell has picked out a push. Dortmund's feeling it.
Paul leans into him. Doesn't look like there's much in it. Those Newcastle fans behind the goal walking. Half-time refreshments will be pretty pleased. I think we were all wondering what we were going to see here today from the home team. A lot of change. Tonali Guimaraes rips the heart out of that midfield. They really have stuck at it, and Liverpool have been below par in their attacking part of the game. Not enough quality.
Well, the new Newcastle boss will sign for that. Matthias Jaisler got from his team what he would have dreamt. Principally, of course, a very early goal from a very sprightly Anthony Elanga, which Newcastle thereafter had to defend pretty robustly. Lucas Hornacek on debut made one particular save of note. Liverpool kept at bay. It is lively and loud at St James's, of course it is. And it's Newcastle 1, Liverpool 0.
All eyes on the penalty spot, and he buries it! Taste every second of the Premier League with Coca-Cola Zero Sugar on Sky Sports.
Football's back, and so are we. Join us for 1,500 matches. Sky Sports. Welcome to the show.
Ready to unlock the next level? Say hello to the Leap Motor B05, the next generation in all-electric hatchbacks, delivering a spacious and connected driving experience. Complete with intelligent smart features and smartphone control. Enjoy a sleek, modern design, all for great value. It's time to turn your electric dreams into reality. The new Leap Motor B05, the next level as standard.
Protect all those places where you can truly be yourself with AXA Home Insurance. And with our no claims discount, you can save up to 30%. So you can be certain we're the right choice to look after your me place. Get a home quote today at axa.ie.
To celebrate 40 years of deals, Power City are showcasing the latest range of laundry appliances from Whirlpool. The Power City 40th anniversary, it's a big deal.
Domino's new Italianos range. Fancy flavours,
Thinner crust. Order now.
Will you have a pint, Gareth?
Ah, sure can always take the choir out home, huh? I played the guitar. Do you want me back for football?
On Saturday. Cheers, bro.
Yeah, I just need apologies on one of these lads first.
Got ahead. Safe on, right?
With Super Value's Real Rewards prices, save on thousands of products every week when you scan at the till.
Really?
Yes, you scan. This is how we do it.
So I can save on daily essentials and big brands.
Yes, you scan.
What about school lunches? Yes, you scan.
And all the nice healthy bits.
Yes, you scan. Do you mind?
And baby stuff too? Yes, you scan. Sorry, just asleep.
And savings on meat.
It's Fazelot, and it's 100% Irish too.
And all on budget?
Yes, you scan. How are you, Claire? New Real Rewards prices from Super Value. Yes, you scan.
That's 185 for the night.
How? I paid 280.
Trivago.
But what if I like to use my loyalty rate?
It's on Trivago.
Well, I like to book directly with the hotel.
That's on there too.
Trivago compares hotel prices from hundreds of sites, so you could save up to 35%.
I thought I got the best price on my favorite site.
Do I really have to say it again?
Hotel. Trivago.
Welcome to Home Store and More.
When it's gone, it's gone. We really love the weekly offers. They're class.
I just love the energy in it. I just think it's a happy place.
I love the fact that every time you go in, you discover something new.
What I really like about it is that Home Store and More is Irish owned, so it's really catered towards the Irish customer and the Irish market.
The friendliness of the staff, the quality of the goods, and the price. It exceeds my expectations all the time.
So drop by your local Home Store and More, where we're always happy to welcome you.
Home Store and More. A happy home.
Drivers, we get it. The car insurance market can be very noisy. Campion Insurance can make things crystal clear. We work with over 15 different insurers. For us, it's all about finding the insurance that suits you. Enjoy the present. The future's covered. Get a quote today on campion.com.
Newcastle lead Liverpool by 1-0 at the break here at St James's Park, and that was one swift counter-attack, wasn't it?
Fed off the energy of the fans there, and you saw this was a great touch from Gravenberch, and you're thinking he's driving at defence, can he feed it into Wirtz? It's a misplaced pass, and when you see this open up here, you're thinking there's not much danger, but just cast your eyes over to the pace and the athleticism of Elanga here. First touch and the finish is marvellous, but it's the pace for me. You see here, you see Kirk as he looks over his left shoulder, and before you see it, he's well ahead. As soon as you see this image again, he's gone.
Yeah.
Clear through, and the finish is calm and collected. See Alisson's position here near post, but he gives him the far post. I'll have a bit of that. He takes it and slides it home.
And they were Elanga's first two touches of the game, Micah.
But I want to look at it from Liverpool's point of view. And Liverpool are a great team when they go forward with numbers. But I feel as though they've got no discipline. They're your three centre mids, Gravenberch, Szoboszlai and Wirtz. If you lose the ball there, similar to Man City earlier on against Bournemouth, there's no protection for the centre-back. And now Van Dijk thinking, shall I go out? Shall I engage? He's trying to delay it as possible, as long as he can. But then Elanga's got that blistering pace. It's difficult to defend that. And the thing is, in training, you do all the time. And sometimes you have 4 versus 3 attackers. But you can control the speed of the ball, because when the ball comes in, when the pitch is spread like that, you need protection in front of you, because the runners with Elanga's pace, it's so difficult to defend that.
What a difference 12 months make. And we're just going to show you this, because this was the opening day of last season when Newcastle played Villa. Anthony Elanga had just joined the club, Daniel. And I mean, there are lots of similarities here in that he's clean through, but he doesn't take this one.
Doesn't take, slightly different angle, slightly different position for the opposition's goalkeeper. But what we're talking about is a guy who maybe they had less time to think in this action. If you talk about, he's literally had one touch. The other one, he had 2 touches. So he's had his touch. The keeper's giving him a space to put it in. I'm taking that. Fair enough.
But it could change you psychologically. Maybe
100%.
going overboard, but it could change you psychologically for the season, can't
100% it can, because that first game, when you get a goal, it gives you that different feeling
Confidence,
inside. It's like, you know what, I could get a run here. And I think that's the one thing as an attacker, going into the season, you think, first game, first touch of the ball, make sure you keep the ball. But if you can leave with a goal or assist, it gives you that boost throughout the whole season. So I'm really, really looking at Elanga now and thinking to himself, can he kick on again? Because he come with a price tag, he come with a reputation, and didn't quite deliver last season, but so far so good.
And in fact, he didn't score in the Premier League last season. He did score in the Champions League, but not in the Premier League. But he is up and running within 5-6 minutes of this season. And his Newcastle side and his new manager can celebrate. They are a goal up at home to Liverpool. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Here's a recipe for even more value at Lidl. Start with the key ingredient, the Lidl Plus app. Add top-of-the-class sandwich essentials like sliced meats, fresh breads and tasty cheeses. Mix and match 3 for 2. Then take a trolley already packed with incredible value and watch the price come down until you've saved over €30. And enjoy Lidl. More to value. Don't forget to collect Lidl points on every shop with Lidl Plus.
Back to school, Intersport Elbreeze has you covered. Zip it, lace it, own it. In-store and online at elbreeze.ie.
Don't try to compare us to another playground fad.
These are clogs and the rad, they're the greatest shoes I ever had.
They make you run, wiggle and shake it up.
Cause I'll be repping comfy kicks and make you wanna jump.
And every parent come and ask cause the price is back.
Cause it sneaks that
wiggle the last.
jump.
Clog shoes will make you jump.
Ireland, it's time to wake up to the best fixed fibre broadband with Vodafone from just €25 a month. So stop snoozing on award-winning broadband. Switch today and get up to 3 months on us at Vodafone.ie.
Feel the difference with that fresh blade feeling that lasts time after time after time.
Gillette Labs, our best ever razor, with up to 30 smooth shaves per cartridge. The skin everyone wants to touch. Gillette, the best a man can get.
Back to school, Intersport Elbreeze has you covered. Zip it, lace it, own it. In-store and online at elbreeze.ie.
Yes, hello. Welcome to CarsIreland.ie. We are helping people buy cars without any funny business. Some others are not presenting clearly the exciting informations like emission statistics and boot capacities. To this, I am saying no way, Johan. Interested in sports car? We have these. A family car? Yes, also. A small family. For cars in Ireland, choose Cars Ireland.
Real life. You write it. Alliance underwrite it.
I can't shake them off.
What are you doing?
I also can't get up. Help me already.
There are other ways to get them. Here, take a Red Bull and think of something. Well, and now? Any ideas?
Yeah, I'll go get the beaver.
Well, there you go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Huh?
Harvey Norman, your home of the big screen. Bring the game into your living room with our range of LG OLED TVs. like this 55-inch, delivering perfect blacks, exceptional contrast and vibrant colour thanks to OLED technology for $1,799. Or go even bigger with this 65-inch with enhanced detail, cinema-style sound and ultra-smooth performance for $2,499. And with our best price guarantee, why shop anywhere else? Harvey Norman, your home of the big screen.
OK, SNL UK is back. Stand by to go live in 10. Let's go! 9, 8.
Plenty.
7.
Is that fair to say?
6.
No.
5.
Come on, me.
4. 3. 2. And we are.
SNL UK is back.
It's electric.
Series 2 starts 12th of September.
Some tournaments are played, but this one performs. The US Open. Watch every match live on Sky Sports.
A smart pair. They read the game and back themselves. IG Trading and Investments sponsors Sky Sports coverage of the Premier League.
Final game of this opening Premier League weekend is tomorrow night. West London derby, Fulham against Chelsea. Partner Monday night football gets underway from 6:30. US Open tennis starts next Sunday. Deadline day is September the 1st. The WSL gets underway on September the 4th. And then the Solheim Cup a week later on September the 11th on Sky Sports Golf. Good first half for one of the new managers. Matthias Jassler is happy with what he's seen from his side. Less so Andoni Iraola. Frustration for him. The second half is next. Talk about Elanga and the importance of his first Premier League goal for Newcastle. Also important to get an early save for a goalkeeper.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent strike from Wirtz, but you see it on this angle here. Looks like it's just going to creep into that corner, but great reflexes, that just to tip that round the post. Really good save on corner check.
And he is back out, and the ball is on the centre spot. We are ready to go. Back to Gary and Peter.
Yeah, Mark, thank you. Liverpool actually hold the longest unbeaten opening game sequence in the Premier League. They've gone 13 seasons without losing their first league match of the campaign since Brendan Rodgers lost 3-0 to Steve Clark's West Bromwich Albion in August of 2012. They had a great start last year, did Liverpool. They won their first 5 as defending champions, but it went downhill through the autumn. They trail at St James's, but they're on their front foot early in the second half with Kirkesh. Gakpo. And Gravenberg. Cody Gakpo. Stay tight. Liverpool have the second half's first corner.
Yeah, lively start from Liverpool. I'm sure that's the main message that Iraola will have said to them at half-time. You've got to sharpen up in your attacking play. Far more quality in the final third.
Flipped it in by Soberslai. Thiaw got some of that. Out by Hornacek at full stretch. Wirtz had a dab, and now Newcastle can counter. Harvey Barnes, Elanga alongside, Osula stretching every sinew to get up to. This is Anthony Elanga. He's away from Wirtz, and then his pass is cut out by Ryan Gravenberg.
Oh, he should have carried on going. With his pace, one-on-one in the box, such a dangerous position.
In the mark. Wirtz. Frimpong. Botman. Chow. Dedic. Wisa. Osula's pushed wide.
The weight of the pass.
Barnes. Touched away as far as Dedic.
Such an open start in the first 2 minutes of the second half. End to end. There's a moment at the back of this corner, it nearly falls to Isak at the back post. The keeper does well in there just to sort of push it away.
Got a shot from Dedic.
Yeah, just this way to pass, if he can just put it in front of him, just hits it across him and sends him wide. Oh, happy now, Peter, our half-time pies have just arrived. They're a little late.
Well, you had them ordered.
We always get them here.
The advantage of being sat right in front of hospitality. Jacquet. Edinburgh. Kirkesh. Gakpo. Kirkesh. And intervened. Wisa. Looking to shrug off Ravenberg, who wouldn't have it. Stuart Atwell's let that go.
He wrapped his leg round him, Gambers, but he got a touch on the ball, no doubt about that.
Ngamar. Thrusting at Hall.
Lewis Hall's managed him really well so far.
Soboslai, Van Dijk. Not like him. Let's have a look at this one.
He might have hurt himself. It's a really good turn to start with. I think he just gets... Yeah, it's a good challenge. I don't think he kicks through him to get the ball. Maybe he does, I'm not sure. It's... The referee's let go, can't argue with it. They're in a tussle, those two.
He's run into the camera there that you can see right up close to the pitch.
It looked like he had a little bit of an argument with the camera.
With the throw back by Van Dijk. Wirtz. Soboslai. Floated for Frimpong, wide of whom is Ngamoa. Wirtz is through the middle, so is Alexander Isak. Ngamoa's return pass isn't great.
No, they've got to be better than that in the final third. They've got to really, on paper, exciting looking front four. Wirtz, Isak, Gakpo and Ngamoa, and they're just not delivering for that man at the moment.
For Sula, he couldn't cushion his return header. Moving better now. The half-time interval came at the right time for him. Gakpo was hauled back. Alexander Isak to this point, 2 touches in the Newcastle penalty area.
He's been on the edge of the game, really.
Van Dijk. Wirtz. Kerkez. Gakpo! That's his angle.
Kerkez is willing down this left-hand side. He's bright when he gets into the final third. He hits it well, Gakpo.
Got himself a goal and an assist in the last pre-season game against Como last Sunday. Cody Gakpo. But it's real now, and increasingly Liverpool need a moment. Sven Botman has presented that to Szoboszlai. Newcastle, of course, had a very ordinary start to last season. They won just one of their first 6 Premier League games against Wolves, and they went on to struggle very badly amid all of the Isak fallout. Big Champions League opener against Barcelona. They went into October in 15th spot, leading here, but that's Gakpo. Towards Isak by Frimpong, out of harm's way by Thiaw. Xhaka. Effenberg for Cody Gakpo, a belter! Fierce and fizzing, and Liverpool are level.
Well, another sighter. And he didn't need a second look. He gets into a really good space. Not quite sure why that Newcastle midfield drop off him and just allow him to get that space in there. His concentration on the strike is absolute from Gakpo. He's made some good goals, good saves, the goalkeeper, but he's no chance with that. And the boy stirring midfield, he's young, the boy from Ajax. I think he just will regret not going across. For some reason, he just backs off and allows Gakpo to get that space, and he didn't turn it down.
Newcastle responding with a couple of changes, and Sturt is one of those to be withdrawn, replaced as he is by Jacob Ramsey. It's a big ask of him. And it is Joe Willock who is on in place of William Asula. Willock to kick the game back off.
Yeah, that's just silenced the crowd here.
You'll correct me if I'm wrong, Gary, but Wissa now in front, as it were, of Willock, who plays that number 10 position behind him, you would anticipate.
Yeah, Ramsey back in midfield with Miley.
It's like Frimpong and Gamoa, Liverpool with their tail up. Szoboszlai. Frimpong. Ungamoa against Botman. Miscue came down for Gakpo, who couldn't fiddle it through for Isak. But Liverpool are feeling this now.
Yeah, they're smelling blood. They were sharp from the very first moment they came out in the second half. It's just that final bit they just needed to get right, and they started to kick into gear.
On the mark. Isak. Gravenberch. And again Ryan Gravenberch. Isak can escape. He's done very well to keep it. He's got Willock with him. Risa. Willock. Willock! There's a gift for the Gallagher! Joe Willock bounces off the bench. And St James's bounces with him.
Well, that is just exceptional. The goal in the first half is a counter-attack, but this one is a lot more difficult. He's got 5 and 6 players around him, Visser. How he gets out of that and wriggles through. And then there's still a lot to do. Joe, with that little touch there that just pulls it away. I think it's from Frimpong. That touch there. That just rolls his foot over it, and the finish, he manages just to dig it out into that far corner. It is a wonderful, wonderful goal. And Virgil van Dijk there, he cannot believe that that's happened. Neither can he.
It's a boot worth polishing. No Premier League goal for Joe Willock since February of 2024.
It's a brilliant goal. Liverpool have all the bodies back. Visser's play in the build-up is brilliant as well.
5 seconds shy of 3 minutes between Liverpool's equaliser and the re-establishment of a Newcastle lead.
Well, Peter, there was a feeling in the stadium that there was an inevitability that Liverpool would just go and get a second.
Wirtz.
I think that goal not only shocked Liverpool, it shocked the home crowd.
Good claim by Jacquet. Towed on by Ungamar. Gakpo. Hung up by Kirkesh, Ramsey clear. Cody Gakpo.
You can't blame him.
So movement, unsurprisingly, on the Liverpool bench. Animation amongst Newcastle United supporters in the sunshine. Joe Willock, 2 touches of the football. He kicked off, having Cullinan as a substitute, following the Liverpool equaliser, and his second touch was a scoring touch.
Well, what's encouraging for Newcastle today is that they're getting the arm Visser that they signed, the one that played at Brentford so well. This is the best I've seen him in a black and white jersey.
Ramsey. Elanga. Willock. Barnes. Elanga. There to meet it.
Yeah, he didn't look, Anthony Elanga, but he's entitled to think there should be someone making a movement towards goal.
Two Liverpool changes, including a debutant upcoming.
We've got a really good half an hour here. There's a lot left in this game.
Elanga. Miley. Elanga's still moving. Van Dijk was wary of the danger over his shoulder. Frimpong needs to be wary of Harvey Barnes. And here come the Liverpool changes. In place of Rio Ogamoa, and here comes Victor Munoz. He's got to get off in a hurry.
Yeah, he better be quick. He better get a gallop on. Does he know? If the referee's counting, I think he might be in trouble. The referee's turned away from him.
He's allowed it to go. Wirtz has come off too, McAllister's on, but that is Victor Munoz, recruited this summer from Osasuna in Spain, having been absolutely on the point, reportedly, of joining Newcastle. Liverpool, if reports are to be believed, nicked him from beneath Newcastle's very nose. He was with Spain at the World Cup, never kicked a football.
Yeah, Moura just found it tough on that side against Lewis Hall, and for Wirtz, well, he'd been massively disappointed. Hooked after an hour.
Goes for Gakpo. Vidic tackling back. Liverpool more hurriedly on with it, but Stuart Atwell's prepared to allow.
Yeah, Liverpool have just changed the shape. McAllister just holding in midfield, but what they do have now is Gravenberch and Szoboszlai running on. Those advanced midfield positions to support Isak, who's just turned.
Super take from Isak, super tackle, Ramsey. Munoz penetrating the penalty area. Stuart Atwell has brought it back to show a card here.
I thought Ramsey got the ball, and then I actually thought the next one on Munoz was a foul, but I thought he actually got the ball here. And then I thought this one was more of a foul, maybe, there. Yeah, he gets a touch on the ball, there's nothing in that. It's this one now that I've been more interested in.
Well, Ramsey's in the book, and Liverpool have a free kick to be taken by Dominic Szoboszlai.
Unless I'm missing something, I don't think that's even a foul, let alone a booking. Maybe see another angle, or the referee's got a better view than we have.
Flicked in by Szoboszlai. Threw it too far in advance of Lewis Hall. "25 minutes to play in a fixture which is famous for its crazy climaxes." Here's Gakpo, away from Chow, allowed to go. Cody Gakpo had set down Botman, and then Botman recovered and strolled away with it. Vidic, straight at Frimpong, away from Willett, McAllister. Munoz. Munoz, Isak, good contact. And Wissa chases up to halfway, and indeed beyond. Elanga.
Played him in. As I say, Liverpool just haven't handled Wissa on the counter-attack all day.
Ramsey. Barnes. Miley. Space for Hall. Wissa! Just needed to apply a stud.
Oh, he's got to score.
Elanga. Dedic. Elanga. Nice and watchful.
Yeah, this is the one, it's a brilliant move. He just played it into Lewis Hall, and that is a beautiful ball into that near post area. Get something on it, Visser, but he's got to make a better contact than that.
Isak. Munoz. Chiao's flick came to Cody Gakpo, and Alexander Isak cleared the crossbar.
Yeah, that was his moment, wasn't it? Best chance he's had in the game. It's a decent chance as well. Just got swung into the box. Gakpo, who's Liverpool's best attacker, just pushes it back to him. Maybe gets put off by the charging defender. Thiaw, I think it is.
There's nothing St James's Park wants less than an Alexander Isak goal today. He's had 2 shots up to now. Early for Elanga, who's held off Kirkesh. Slipped in for Willock. Elanga. Willock.
Substitution for Liverpool coming off number 5, Jeremy.
Change at centre-half. This was always going to be an either-or from the outset. Jeremy Jacquet, the new young centre-half, replaced by the more experienced Uruguayan Ronald Araujo, on loan from Barcelona, for whom he played against Newcastle and won comfortably in the Champions League last season. Willock. Ramsey!
Why doesn't Alisson catch it in the first one? It's a decent 5 minutes here. Brilliant play from Willock. Straight into his arms. I'm not quite sure why he punches that one.
Willock tugging away at McAllister. McAllister tugged back after the free kick had been given. Carabao Cup week this week, and this is the round in which the non-European Premier League teams join in. Forest, of course, played Leeds yesterday, and also involved are Brentford. You'll see Everton go to Preston this week. Chelsea, Spurs, Fulham. An array of good games. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in the Carabao Cup on Sky Sports Football and across our network. He's never lost on this ground. 20 minutes to keep that record intact.
I think that second goal will have shocked him, because when Gakpo scores, you're thinking the game's only going one way. Newcastle have responded really well.
Ramsey Hall. Exchange with Barnes, that's asked a lot of Willock. Who covered the ground. Munoz, Frimpong outside of him, Isak through the middle. Munoz, Soboslai, Gakpo. Here comes Kirkesh. He couldn't pick out Isak.
The referee did the right thing. I mean, Soboslai is complaining to the referee, saying he should have given the foul, but I think the referee plays the advantage correctly, because I think if Kirkes gets his cross right, I think Isak gets his goal. There, the back post. He's not happy. Liverpool striker.
But for Soboslai again. Held up by Miley. Thrashed away by Hall.
Being there as a defender when you're sort of sitting in and you're looking up at that clock and it feels like it's never moving. 73 minutes, 25 seconds. And it's a long time for Liverpool to try and get that level to start with. Just seems like that Newcastle back four just starting to sag back a little bit and a little bit worn.
Munoz. Heffenberg. Munoz. Proper, orthodox, old-fashioned winger by reputation, Victor Munoz, 23 years old. Tough to get into an international team that won the World Cup. Yamal and Gavi and Biner and Nico Williams, of course. Newcastle have changes upcoming. Jacob Murphy is going to take part in it all, and so I think is a debutant Bamba. Foul at the back of Wisa.
What a game he's had. He's still giving Liverpool problems, and more importantly, he's just giving his own teammates some rest by winning free kicks like this.
Actually, Newcastle are going to make these changes before the free kick. What a start to the season for Anthony Elanga. What a burst, what a finish, what a noise. Jacob Murphy is his replacement. And for the local boy Lewis Smiley, a smile as wide as the tide. His replacement, Alhaji Bamba. New to these parts. Big, poised midfield holder, in by Hall. Smashed long towards Wisa, whose first touch just got away. But Flicked in for Isak. Offenberg. Frimpong, Hall got tight again. Frimpong went in for more. Munoz threw a boot at it, and Thiaw heaved it out. I think was in a natural position. That's what the VAR is indicating. Not going to penalise that. Before Araujo's throw. Another Liverpool change. Off behind the goal. This is 67, Lewis Kumas, who is back from last spring's loan at Hull City, part of their promotion push. And by Araujo. By Murphy, who caught McAllister.
Just a little late on McAllister. The stud's going to his ankle.
McAllister, I think, is okay. Of greater immediate consequence after Jacob Murphy's yellow card is a Liverpool free kick here, which again will appeal to Dominic Szoboszlai. Well, he had a first-half sighter. Szoboszlai flicks up against the wall. Hornacek's not sure whether to come. Up in the air by Murphy. McAllister. Back in by Araujo for Kumas. I think the referee has seen a push somewhere in there.
Yeah, it's this one here now.
So back to backs of Premier League football as the season gathers momentum on Sky Sports. Monday Night Football tomorrow from Craven Cottage, and then series of Premier League heavy weekends right up until the end of September and that extended international break. Select your favourites from the selection at the bottom of your screen. Hornacek. Pieces offside. He's not convinced. Araujo. Van Dijk. Apologetic. Liverpool fans high up beneath the roof. 10 minutes to find a way to change their expressions, which are a little grey just now. And it's been a rather weird opening weekend, what with what's happened to Manchester United and Spurs. Overseen all of it by the great Kenny Dalglish, who of course followed Kevin Keegan into the Liverpool number 7 shirt, followed Kevin Keegan into the manager's seat here. Here's Frimpong. Munoz. Paul again stuck to his task.
He's been excellent, he really has.
Well, the truth is that it has not been a summer soaked in optimism for Newcastle United supporters. Even him, it's actually 30 years this week since he scored the first of his Newcastle goals. A fabulous free kick in that goal against Wimbledon. But they lost a manager they certainly respected and admired. They had the heart torn out of their famous midfield. Nobody here, truth be told, is expecting that much. But they are within a result on the opening weekend here, which will be really uplifting.
Yeah, this will be massive for them. It's been a bit downbeat. Even my feeling coming here today was that what's going on at Newcastle, it's important. It's only 12 minutes, this. You can see it through. So it's the youngest Newcastle team for how long?
21 years.
Yeah.
Graham Souness team in May 2005, just more than 24 years old on average, the Newcastle 11 that started the game. It's like
so just got to be careful. They're just
Frimpong, Isak.
They're just going back too easy. Botman and Chow. It's not cost them yet. They just need to push up that 3 or 4 yards.
This is a fixture famous, of course, for things happening crazily late, right up to date, right up to Rio Ungamoa, 90+10 last season. The reputation of this fixture isn't based only on ancient history, it is a very modern classic. Last season's meetings produced 10 goals between them. Both teams have scored in 5 of the last 6 Premier League meetings, now 6 out of 7. Those last 6 meetings have produced 27 goals at 4.5 per game. Here is Wissa. Wissa's in, and Allison spread himself well. Forward by Soboslai. This is Munoz, worrying Botman. Victor Munoz. Oh, Botman stuck to him. Munoz, Kumas, McAllister, Soboslai, Kirkej. Cody Gakpo from Dedic. Ball went down, Munoz was adjacent.
Yeah, they're better off trying to feed little passes in to feet rather than sort of putting those balls in that actually Newcastle centre-backs probably want. This team had a lot of possession in the game and in Newcastle's half, but just nowhere near enough quality. It's one of those words, trust. Well, he's got to sit back and trust those lads out on the pitch. The next 5 or 10 minutes, they've done a great job so far.
Araujo, McAllister. Ramsey, McAllister kept it. Liverpool score late. Newcastle have leaped a lot late as well. That's Kumas. Chow let it bounce behind. Bamba. Kumas chased him down. Frimpong on the overlap. Again, Lewis Hall, and a deft reader of danger.
He's just shut down that side, Lewis Hall. Completely in control, reading the game well, aggressive and getting out to the winger that's been on that side. Nunes and Gamoa, both very bright as well. So you've got to be really sharp in your defending.
Ramsey on the turn. Willock. Barnes. Murphy. Jacob Murphy!
It's a brilliant cross. I have to say, I think Newcastle's substitutes have been better than Liverpool's as well. Willock, Murphy, Ramsey have all been very good. How's he not just got one of those two Newcastle players that are ahead on the 6-yard box? Just charge in, gamble.
Botman couldn't keep it, nor though could Isak. Van Dijk. Gakpo. It's come to Willock. Barnes is up with him. That is Harvey Barnes. Came off Araujo. Bounced for Wisa. Out of play by Van Dijk. Cards out again from Stuart Atwell.
Who's he booked?
For whom? We will try to establish. Whilst we do that, you can tell us your player of the match, Gary.
I think Gakpo for a challenge on this. That's him. Absolutely sensational performance. I loved him at Brentford. I thought he was electric up top the last season. Just didn't deliver here, but this is really promising for Newcastle. If he can play at this level, both actually as a number 10 in the first part of the game and as a striker in this last 25 minutes, he's caused Virgil van Dijk and co real problems.
It was Van Dijk who was booked. Murphy's throw. Van Dijk's header away. Shifted on quickly by Gakpo. Taken up here by Lewis Kumas. Kumas kept going and he won a corner.
Yeah, he just didn't have enough bodies up with him. As big as this would be for Newcastle, it would be huge also for Iraola to get an equaliser.
Soboslai's delivery, Hornacek's punch. Frimpong against Ramsey. Out comes Murphy.
He's been very good for Newcastle also, the goalkeeper Hornacek, with his punching, with his saves, with his feet. He's been really, really solid in all his work.
Gakpo. Soboslai. Gakpo. By Botman.
I still think Liverpool will be better when they get it in wide areas, just playing it into feet, but they're all running away for the cross.
Gakpo's kept it, but he's penalised.
That's what happens when they all run away. So basic. Isak and Kumas should be coming towards him to play off him, leave him one-on-one, and that's going to waste another minute.
Tough start for Antonio Iraola. Sort of job of which he would have dreamed, for which he will have the highest aspirations. Hornacek delayed the taking of that goal kick, hence his yellow card. Araujo inside the last 2 minutes of stoppage time. Kerkez. Gakpo. Away by Bamba. Araujo. Frimpong. Barnes has stopped the cross, and the flag is up at Frimpong's expense. And Newcastle are nearly there now.
Yeah, Newcastle's having a go at Frimpong, but they've done this repeatedly in the last 10 minutes, Liverpool, where they've left the wide player on the sides, isolated one-on-one, and just gotten over and combined with them.
Well, Reece has been brilliant. What an individual performance in the midst of a terrific team performance from Newcastle. He gives way for the 30 seconds that remain. Fabian Schär on to reinforce.
Yeah, that's a proper hug from the manager. It was outstanding.
Now or never for Liverpool, this will be the last launch. And Kerkez does launch, and Van Dijk is forward. And it's come here to Munoz, Paul's challenge.
Yeah, I thought
penalty. Eisler disbelieving. St James is suddenly silent. Munoz upended. Hall in denial.
Yeah, he's been incredible, Lewis Hall, but it just looked like a penalty from a distance, and that is not going to be overturned. It was sharp from Munoz. He just basically that little skip away, and then that knee comes out. And one thing I did recognise straight away, there was no touch on the ball, and it looked like a penalty, and it is. And this is a huge moment for Iraola. Really is. If he can walk out of here with a point.
In the 6th minute of 5 added on.
Oh, that was it, game over, wasn't it? The last moment was there.
He wants to dispute it. It has not been overturned.
No, and Lewis Hall in all parts of this game against Munoz and against Ngamoa, he's moved his feet. He's not taken that little bit of a lazier option just to stand there and put a leg out. He's got low, he's got really sharp in his defending, and in the final seconds.
And Gary, this could be Isak. It could be Isak.
Yeah, I think Gakpo's got the ball, but you might be right. They're not giving it to Isak too early. You bring the house down, that wouldn't it?
As you say, Gakpo for now has ownership of the ball.
This would be incredible if he takes that ball. And will he have felt pressure like that before?
Well, this is melodrama in the finest traditions of this famous fixture. There is always something. Szoboszlai has taken the ball. And Isak's walking away, spared that pressure.
Quite a few of the Liverpool fans have gone already. Will they be running back in?
Szoboszlai saves Liverpool's day. There is always a moment. There is always melodrama, and for Lewis Hall, that melodrama is trauma.
Oh, devastation around this ground, and particularly for Lewis Hall. But what a penalty this is. He absolutely leathers it into the top of the net. The goalkeeper's no chance. It's a strike and a half. I said he might feel the pressure. Szoboszlai didn't look like he did, and there's a clap from Andoni Iraola, but he'll be absolutely buzzing inside the Liverpool manager to salvage a point from the position that his team were in.
It was the last kick that mattered. Well, maybe that one's for you, King Kev. That sort of drama, that sort of narrative. Hall is broken. From a human perspective, you feel for him because his contribution to the Newcastle cause was monumental. He had a wonderful game, but Dominik Szoboszlai had the last say in that game with an immaculate penalty as a result of Hall's one errant moment. Elanga had sparked the piece with a terrific sprint of a finish very, very early on. Gakpo with the original equaliser, quickly rendered seemingly meaningless by Willock bouncing off the bench to re-establish Newcastle's lead. But as Lewis Hall continues to plead some sort of innocence, the reality is that a penalty was given against him. Dominik Szoboszlai equalised. And Gary, they share it.
Yeah, and that's the life of a fullback. You can beat your man defensively one-on-one, so your attacker one-on-one for the whole game, but he can do you once, and you feel like that. I don't think when he looks back, I think he knows deep inside that it was a penalty, but I think if he just said at the start of today, travelling up to Newcastle, Peter, that Newcastle would play like that they would commit themselves to the game, that they would be 2-1 up with a couple of minutes to go and they would get a point against Liverpool, they probably would have accepted it. They've done themselves proud, and you're right, the story of today was that incredible tribute to Kevin Keegan before the game. It was memorable, that it really was, from both sets of fans. And Isla, he'll be disappointed, but I think when he looks back at the video, he'll realise that his team have put a good performance in there.
And so, in the finest Keegan-esque traditions of this famous fixture, it ends Newcastle United 2, Liverpool 2, and King Kev would have loved it.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Peter. A dejected Lewis Hall shakes hands with the Liverpool players after conceding that late penalty, and Andoni Iraola's side have got a point in his first league match in charge. And it feels like we really at this moment should just start with that man's side there, Matthias Jasler's side, because whilst it feels deflated and feels flat and there feels anger in here, there's so much for them to be positive about after that, isn't there?
Yeah, I thought Newcastle were absolutely outstanding. I think the intensity, the substitutions that the manager made, and the statement of the game. Of course, Liverpool is going to have possession within the game. It's, but could you stay in it? They did exactly that. They get the second goal, and you're just thinking, can they hold out? It took, a decision at the end. Some would say it's soft, some would say it was fully deserved. But that doesn't take anything away from the performance. I thought they was excellent. And we talked about Newcastle, a new look Newcastle. It's a young side, very energetic team, and they will take so much confidence away from that performance.
Because as we said at the start, Daniel, both sides are unknowns with new managers or whatever. Probably fair to say there was maybe more concern around the Newcastle fan base than the Liverpool fan base. Therefore, that's why it feels like there's a lot more positivity for the Newcastle fans to take away.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Iraola will be relieved to get a draw. It was a difficult game for Liverpool to control, whilst they were in control in regards to possession in large parts and were prying. That threat of Newcastle on the counter-attack was devastating. It was blistering. Wissa was popping up in pockets all over the pitch. Sula's pace on the break alongside Elanga caused a lot of problems for Liverpool. And you could see that Isak was dealt with in the central areas. There wasn't loads of creativity from Liverpool's attack, and it seemed as if the midfield was where they were searching for. But Munoz came on, changed the game, looked really sharp on the right-hand side. And I think ultimately, Liverpool will take a draw.
The Newcastle players just starting to leave the pitch. They've had applause from all four sides of the ground as they head off at the end of, well, not quite the end, of course, but at the end of Super Sunday, not the end of the opening weekend. Fulham-Chelsea still to come on Monday Night Football. That gets underway at 6:30 with an 8 o'clock kickoff at the Cottage. But today, wins for Brighton convincingly at home to Aston Villa, and Manchester City, who came from a goal down at home to Bournemouth to win that late on. And there was a late equaliser here at St James's Park for Antonio Iraola's Liverpool. If you want to be part of the Finalysis team and have your say on your club, then download the Finalysis app now. All you have to do is scan the QR code on the screen for more details. If you want to see what happened in the Dutch Grand Prix, then you can. 8:30 tonight on Sky Sports F1. And this time next week, the US Open Tennis will be underway from 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Sky Sports Tennis. And Fightland gets underway this Thursday. You can find that Sky Original on Sky Atlantic. Park now, all square here thanks to that late penalty from Szoboszlai. But as we were saying, an awful lot for Newcastle to be positive about. Liverpool leave here with a point though. Plenty of reaction and analysis to come when we come back after the break. See you in a couple of minutes.
Sister and brother, and all of my friends, let's come together and pray again.
Guinness Zero presents Sky Sports coverage of the Premier League.
This September, the sport just keeps on coming.
Bang! It's the stop of dreams! This is absolutely epic! Sensational!
This has been outstanding.
It is pretty cool.
Into the end zone!
And if you thought that was all, think again.
I've never seen golf like that.
Everyone on the edge of their seat.
My goodness!
A dazzling assist.
One unmissable moment after another, right here on Sky Sports.
With Whoop, understand your strain, sleep and recovery.
and see how your daily habits connect to how you feel. With real-time insights, personalized guidance, 14-day battery life, and routines built around what works for you, you can make informed choices that support your well-being and add more life to your years. Join Whoop.
I was cyberbullied. You put your arm around me, right?
If the videos on my feed tried to push me to extremes, would you intervene?
What if I was pressured into a dangerous challenge?
Or became bombarded with videos of self-harm?
Disordered eating.
Suicide?
Children and young people can encounter violence, bullying, explicit content, and many other dangers online. Harmful content is never acceptable. Report it to the platform where you see it. Visit Commission the Mound at www.cnam.ie for more on how to report.
At Top Flight, we know a thing or two about ski holidays. After all, we delivered 26,894 of them last year alone. We're the Irish travel experts that's delivering exceptional ski holidays for Irish people for over 50 years. Because Top Flight has a dedicated team in every resort to welcome you and look after you. Top Flight. We look after you.
There you go. What do you think? Go on, Teddy. Good boy. Go. Teddy, I said go. Go now, Teddy. Daft dog.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull Zero. 0 calories. 100% wings. Have you tried it?
Want salon quality hair every day? 8 in 10 think the answer is Tresemme Professional Thermo Sculpt Memory. For hair that feels healthier,